Chapter 32. What happened next was exactly as Yi Tingqing remembered. Due to Min Qi's stubborn requirement for cooking, not a single person passed her exam. On the contrary, because of some of the examinees' comments on cooking, the atmosphere started to become tense and oppressive. The conflict finally erupted not long after. One of the candidates was dissatisfied with Min Qi's decision to smash the counter in front of him. "I'm not convinced. Don't expect me to go back obediently today. I don't want to be a chef in the future, much less a food hunter. I want to be a bounty hunter. A mere food hunter has no right to judge whether I'm qualified or not." "Then you can only blame yourself," Min Qi said indifferently. "What? Blame yourself for not being lucky this year. Come again next year," Min Qi said calmly, as if it was a matter of course. "You?" Hearing Min Qi's words, the candidate was even more furious. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and attacked Min Qi. "I'll teach you a lesson." Min Qi didn't move an inch when she saw the examinee charging over. Then, a gust of wind blew past, and Bohara, who had been sitting behind Min Qi, suddenly stood up. With a wave of his huge arm, he sent the examinee flying as though he was swatting a fly. "Bohala, who told you to be so nosy?" Min Qi grumbled unhappily. "If I didn't do anything, he would have been killed by you," Bohala stated. "That's right. You want to be a bounty hunter? Don't make me laugh. You can't even dodge a food hunter's attack. No matter what kind of hunter you want to be, you have to be proficient in all 8 kinds of martial arts." Min Qi spun the knife in her hand rapidly as she spoke, changing into different patterns as if she was juggling. "We food hunters often sneak into the lairs of wild beasts in order to find all kinds of ingredients. When we encounter poachers, we have to fight them before we can subdue them. Every hunter has to be skilled. I want to know if you have the courage to challenge the unknown." Min Qi explained the job of a food hunter solemnly, making it impossible for anyone to refute her. "You're right, but it's a little unreasonable not to have a single qualified person," a sudden voice echoed in the sky outside the warehouse. "That's—" The examinees ran out of the warehouse and shouted at the huge airship in the sky and the symbol on the airship. Suddenly, a black dot appeared on the airship and descended at an extremely fast speed. With a huge sound and a huge air wave accompanying it, an old man appeared on the ground. Just when everyone was shocked by the old man's appearance and identity, Min Qi said, "The chairman of the judging committee, the person in charge of the hunter examination." After that, after a discussion between the president and Min Qi, the stubborn Min Qi finally made some changes. She listened to the president's request and rearranged the exam content. This time, the exam content was a boiled egg. However, the egg had to be the egg of a water spider that could survive in a dangerous environment. Although it was still cooking, it was much easier for the examinees. In the end, other than a portion of the examinees who were not capable enough and were eliminated, a total of 42 examinees passed the examination. Moreover, after the examinees ate the boiled egg, this was the first time they took the food hunter profession seriously. Especially the examinee who had a conflict with Min Qi just now. He said quietly, "I admit defeat this year. I will come again next year." He then left the examination hall, as instructed by the Hunter Association. The rest of the examinees then boarded the airship and headed to the venue of the 3rd examination. On the way to the venue of the 3rd round of examinations, the sky was already dark. After a day of examinations, most of the examinees had reached their physical limits. However, because they did not know what would happen on the airship, few of the examinees could sleep soundly. Ito frowned as he looked at the state of the examinees. He then glanced at Caesar, who was playing cards and laughing maniacally at the corner of his eyes. Ito was troubled by the upcoming examination. No matter what the examination was, there would always be a competition between the examinees. Many things could happen during the competition, and their lives could be in danger if they were not careful. The easiest way to pass this test was to increase his strength or suppress Caesar's interest in him from continuing to observe him. If he wanted to improve his ability, all he had to do was to learn telekinesis. There were a few candidates: Examiner Min Qi, Examiner Sarji, President Nitro, and lastly, Caesar himself. However, There was a problem, which was the price. Min-Chi could cook, but I'm not a chef. Who knows how this world views Chinese cuisine? Sarji did not know his interest, so it was not easy to make a move. President Nitro was a sly old fox. He would not make a move unless there was a sufficient price to pay. Therefore, Caesar was the easiest choice. All he had to do was agree to fight with him at an appropriate time. This would also suppress the possibility of him making a move on him during the examination. However, this was a dangerous move. Caesar was unpredictable, and no one knew what he would do next. If he made a mistake, it would be the same as sending himself to his doorstep. In the end, Sei Ito got up helplessly and wandered around the airship. The airship was neither big nor small. Other than the staff's quarters and the dining hall, there was not much empty space. Sei Ito strolled to the side of the airship and saw Xiao Gang trying to snatch the ball from the president's hand. Sei Ito looked at the two of them carefully. He guessed that the president would not be free for the time being. He walked toward the examiner's lounge helplessly. Sei Ito walked to the door of Examiner Min-Chi's room and knocked on the door softly. "Who is it?" The door was open from the inside. Min-Chi, who only had a bath towel wrapped around her body, appeared in front of Sei Ito. She looked at Sei Ito suspiciously and said, "It's you? It's you?" Sei Ito did not expect Min-Chi to remember him. He was very surprised. However, when he thought about the examination, he understood why Min-Chi remembered him. Sei Ito nodded and said, "I have something to discuss with Examiner Min-Chi. If it's about the examination, I have no comment. I'm going to take a bath. I don't want to entertain strange men," Min-Chi said calmly. "I know how to make some dishes." "Examiner Min-Chi," Sei Ito quickly said when he saw that Min-Chi was about to close the door. "How to make dishes?" Min-Chi was a little confused. She looked him up and down. Adding the impression she had during the exam, she believed him and nodded. Anyway, Ito Chung was a scum in her eyes. She stepped aside and let Ito Chung enter the room. Bang! The door was closed. "Say it." Min-Chi sat on the sofa in the room with one leg crossed over the other naturally. However, she forgot what she was wearing and did not know how seductive her movements were. Her snow-white thighs and sparkling toes swayed in front of Sei Ito. The black shadow where her legs crossed was like a demon that tempted people to commit crimes, tempting Sei Ito to look at her. However, Sei Ito knew that if he really looked at her, he would not even know how he died. Therefore, he put away the thoughts that he should not have and told her some of the cooking methods that he remembered. After all, it was a deal. Did she think that he was stupid to give her too much at once? Min-Chi was not too serious at first because she knew most of the cooking methods. It was just that the names of the dishes were different in this world. However, there were a few dishes that had not been made with this method before, so she was a little interested in Sei Ito's recipes. While Min-Chi was listening attentively, Ito-Sei decisively stopped talking and looked at Min-Chi without speaking. Min-Chi was startled at first. Then, with her intelligence as a one-star hunter, how could she not know that Yi-Tunching was asking for a price? She asked, "What do you want?" "I want Examiner Min-Chi to help me awaken my chanting and tell me the cultivation method of chanting," Sei Ito said. "Impossible." Min-Chi rejected without even thinking about it. "Why?" Sei Ito did not understand and asked. "Since you know chanting, you should know what it means to be a chanting person. I'm not familiar with you, and I don't want to do something that I will regret in the future." Min-Chi raised her head proudly and said with her chin, "Looks like this deal is not going to be successful." Sei Ito was not discouraged, but said regretfully, "Although I love food and hope to get new recipes to make new delicacies for everyone to try, I won't trade with dangerous people just because of a new recipe. This is my dignity as a food hunter," Min-Chi said seriously. "Is that so? Then it's my fault." Sei Ito said apologetically and stood up. "Then I will take my leave. I hope I will have the chance to taste your cooking in the future." "Well said. I think if you put your thoughts in the right place, you will also become an outstanding food hunter in the future," Min-Chi said after opening the door and sending Sei Ito out. "Well," Sei Ito shrugged and waved at Min-Chi before leaving the examiner's living quarters. I was so engrossed in reading a book yesterday that I feel sleepy now. However, I said yesterday that there might be a fourth night watch today. For the sake of my integrity, I am working hard. Chapter 33. Seito left the resting area of the examiners. As for why he didn't look for anyone else, since Min Chi, who had an obvious weakness, was so principled, then Saji was even less confident. So he still had to look for that person in the end. Seito was deep in thought as he returned to the resting area. He glanced at Shisua's position from the corner of his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he stood up helplessly and walked toward Shisua. His actions immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding examinees. Seito ignored them and sat down cross-legged in front of Shisua. Let's play a few rounds. Oh, welcome, welcome. Shisua pushed down the pyramid of cards in front of him, and the two of them started playing Joker's card. Just like that, as time passed, they felt the surrounding gazes gradually disappear. When they finally disappeared, the two of them were still playing Joker's card game. Shisua, I have a favor to ask of you, Seito said as he casually drew a card and put it against the numbers in his hand. It's not cheap to ask for my help, Shisua said with his unique voice. I know, but since I found you, I will pay the price, Seito said as he put down another pair of cards. You're very interesting, Shisua said as he drew a card and put it against the cards in his hand. Help me open my mind, Seito said straightforwardly. You don't know how to read? Shisua asked curiously. He remembered that Seito had used a power similar to mind at the end of the first exam. I don't know, Seito said concisely. All right, Shisua didn't ask further. After all, it was just opening his mind. It didn't matter if he understood or not. He was just more interested in Seito and had the urge to kill Seito immediately. The price is to have a good fight with you at some point in time, the kind that doesn't care about life and death. Seito directly stated his price. Oh, I find that I like you more and more. With Caesar's unique voice and his strange expression, if she didn't know Caesar's character, she would have thought that Caesar was gay. Now, Caesar asked. Seito shook his head slowly. No, I think there will be a chance in the upcoming exams. Let's start then. Sure, come find me when the time comes, Shisua said. Shisua knew that Seito had some special means, so he decided to let Seito find him. All right, Seito nodded, and the two of them started playing Joker cards. After a while, Jigurata, who was bored, decided to join in the fun. The three of them started playing Joker cards in a corner. The night passed uneventfully. The three of them weren't the kind of people who would be dispirited after staying up for a night. They all had their own methods to recover their energy. As the airship stopped, they arrived at the venue of the third exam, the trap tower. The trap tower was like a stone tower. There were no windows or passageways around it. There were only stone walls. Everyone stood at the top of the tower and could easily see the entire wetland. While the examinees were wondering what the purpose of this place was, a rock climber among the examinees smiled disdainfully. He walked to the side of the tower and climbed down with his skills. Before the examinees could be surprised by his actions, a flock of birds suddenly flew down from the sky and bit the examinees who were still lying on the wall. In just a short while, the examinees were torn into pieces and fell into the wetland underground to become snacks for the wild beasts. Seito looked around and noticed that some candidates had already started disappearing. He then started looking for a secret door underground. He covered his feet with chi and used his movements as he walked to lightly hit the surrounding ground to determine if there was an empty door underground. After a while, Seito felt that the vibration under his feet was obviously different. He then moved back and forth a few times to determine the general location and size of the empty door. Only then did he exert force on his feet. The stone slab on the ground immediately rolled up and revealed a hole that a person could pass through. Seito immediately jumped down. After Seito jumped down, the stone slab immediately returned to its original state and didn't attract anyone's attention. Below the ground, it was pitch black at first, then it was bright. A few burning torches were still burning on the surrounding walls, making the entire stone room feel like a tomb. Sei Ito sized up the surrounding environment. At this moment, another candidate jumped down. After seeing Sei Ito, he obviously put on a vigilant look and then looked around the stone room. Before the two of them could figure out what was going on, a somewhat despicable voice began to sound in the stone room. Welcome to the third round of the examination, the trap tower. Now, open the box on the pillar in the middle and put on the watches inside. Sei Ito and the other person looked at each other. They walked to the pillar and opened the box. Sure enough, there were two large metal watches inside. The screen on the surface didn't only show the time, but there were also two buttons on the side of the watch, a circle and a cross. Okay, now it's time to start the 2 versus 1 game. There will be various tests in your journey. For these tests, you have to choose between a circle and a cross. However, both of you have to choose the same answer pass. After you pass, the test will be different. So you two candidates, you have to work hard. The despicable voice said, by the way, let me remind you, there's a heart rate tester on the watch. If you kill the other person, you won't be able to pass the examination at all. Ha ha ha. After hearing the last words, the two people who had some killing intent were stunned. They restrained their killing intent and retreated to the side. Boy, follow my footsteps obediently. Don't have any evil thoughts. Otherwise, you'll suffer. The other candidate looked at Sei Ito's obviously student face and said with an expression that said, I'm the boss and you have to listen to me. You don't know what you're talking about. Sei Ito said lightly. He was thinking about how to solve this problem. He walked to the door and reached out to gently knock on it to feel the thickness of the door. Bastard boy, how dare you ignore me? As he spoke, he was about to hit Sei Ito ruthlessly to teach Sei Ito a lesson and let him know what rules were. Sei Ito suddenly disappeared in front of the door and appeared in front of him in an instant. He kicked the candidates' butt and ruthlessly kicked him to the door. Then he said, I didn't want to bother with you, but since you're rushing to your death, don't blame me for being rude. Sei Ito said as he walked to the candidate. He reached out and poked him a few times before retreating to look at him. You bastard. The candidate was still cursing. I hope you still have the strength to curse me later. As he spoke, Sei Ito's mind moved slightly. He felt the spiritual energy he had planted in the candidate's body and activated it. Sei Ito waited for a few more minutes. After the candidate regained some consciousness, he said, From now on, you will do whatever I tell you to do. If you make me unhappy, I will let you have a taste of what happened just now. Yes, I understand, the examinee said weakly. A vicious look flashed across his eyes as he lowered his head. Don't have any dirty thoughts. I have plenty of ways to turn you into a living cripple if you want to experience that feeling. Although Sei Ito didn't see the viciousness in the other party's eyes, spiritual energy was an innate advantage in terms of perception, so he continued to attack. Yes, I understand. The examinee had no choice but to lower his head and accept his fate. However, deep in his heart, he was still thinking of various ways to kill Sei Ito. After the two went through the most intense dispute, the exam began. The first thing they faced was the path forward. Left or right? Continue to ask for all kinds of tickets. Hide. Since everyone is so supportive, I'll also be supportive. Look at how hard I've worked. Moral integrity. Chapter 34. Sei Ito relaxed his mind and began to use his own feelings to experience the inspiration. This was also a skill he learned after practicing in the Ito family shrine. Right, Sei Ito suddenly said after a while. Yes. The examinee couldn't resist, so he accepted his fate and pressed the cross button. Along the way, there were constantly two choices. Sei Ito used the old method to choose the path that was beneficial to him. He didn't know if the path was really beneficial to him or if he was just lucky, but after choosing the path, there were basically no difficult tests behind the door. This made the other examinee, who was originally full of resentment, unconsciously put away his resentment and willingly followed Sei Ito's footsteps. This guy is too lucky. The examiner of the third round of the exam looked at Sei Ito's route on the big screen and said speechlessly. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie on the side and began to operate under the table. Finally, When there were only two doors left to choose from, Sei Ito encountered the first test that was relatively troublesome for them. 3 prisoners with handcuffs and shackles appeared on their route. Is this our opponent this time? It seems that we don't have to do anything. The only female prisoner among the 3 looked at Sei Ito and teased. Especially when she looked at Sei Ito, her tongue unconsciously licked her lips. It was so seductive that the other examinee subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Yes, but there are 3 of us. That bastard said that if we only kill one of us, we can reduce our prison sentence by 30 years. If we kill 2 of us, we can reduce our prison sentence by 100 years. I still want to go out and enjoy the beautiful sunshine and beautiful women. So let's decide. One of the 3 prisoners who looked quite handsome with evil eyes said, "Who will be the first one?" According to their rules, as long as they didn't give up, they could kill 2 people at once to get the 100 years off their prison sentence. Therefore, the first person to fight became the most important thing. "Let's guess the coin," said the last man, a shorter man who was about the same height as the female prisoner. Okay. The 3 of them completely ignored Sei Ito's group and continued talking. However, Sei Ito didn't mind. He still had a lot of time on his watch. He wasn't afraid of wasting it. A coin was tossed into the air by the short man. He quickly caught it with both hands, then put one hand on the back of the other hand and held it out in front of the other 2. "I'm guessing the front," the more handsome prisoner said. "The back," the female prisoner said. "Front," the short prisoner said. After saying that, the short prisoner raised his hand that was covering the back of his other hand and flashed the coin in front of them. "Back. I won." The female prisoner smiled. Tisk. The other 2 curled their lips unhappily, but they also admitted it. "Little brother, I'll be your opponent. Who wants to go first?" The female prisoner swayed her butt and walked to the center of the field with seductive steps. She hooked her finger at Sei Ito's group and threw seductive eyes at them. Sei Ito glanced at the guy next to him who was already bewitched. He raised his hand and slapped him awake. Under the latter's angry gaze, he walked to the center of the field and said, "I'll go first." "Oh, I didn't expect little brother to be so lustful. Then, let Mina serve little brother well." The female prisoner, Mina, approached Sei Ito as she spoke. At the same time, it was unknown if she did it intentionally or not, but she did it so that Sei Ito could see her alluring body. She placed one hand on her lips, and the other hand coincidentally placed on her half-exposed lower body, half covering it. This action aroused Sei Ito's anger. Sei Ito thought to himself, "Amazing. Looks like she's a seductress. If it wasn't for my willpower and spirit force, I might have fallen for her trick." Sei Ito's eyes flashed with confusion, and a trace of lust appeared in his eyes. His eyes stared unscrupulously at the faintly discernible part of the woman's body. Coupled with his swallowing from time to time, he looked like a pervert. "Looks like these 2 brats are going to be taken care of by Mina," the handsome prisoner said. "That's right. Mina's seduction and her hypnotic actions aren't something that ordinary people can resist," the short prisoner said with lingering fear. "That's right. Mina was a famous assassin back then," the handsome prisoner said. Mina walked to Sei Ito's side, but she didn't immediately move. Her body leaned against Sei Ito's body, and her lips rubbed against Sei Ito's face. From time to time, she would stick out her tongue and lightly lick his face. The slight coolness of her tongue made her even more seductive. One of her legs hooked onto Sei Ito's back. One of her hands wrapped around Sei Ito's waist, and the other pulled Sei Ito's hands to her waist. Her body was practically pressed against Sei Ito's body. Feeling Sei Ito's large hands roaming around her body, Mina's eyes flashed as she rested her chin on Sei Ito's shoulder. The hand wrapped around Sei Ito's neck gradually approached Sei Ito's neck. Just as Mina was about to end Sei Ito's life, a look of astonishment appeared in Mina's eyes. Then, her eyes dimmed, and her head fell weakly on Sei Ito's body. "Your hypnotism is indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, you met me." Sei Ito wrapped one hand around Mina's waist and slowly withdrew his other hand from Mina's back, close to her heart. A large amount of blood spurted out as Sei Ito's hand left her body. Bang! Seito released his hand, and Mina's body fell weakly to the ground. A large amount of blood dyed Mina's body red. Coupled with Mina's lifeless eyes, it formed a sad but beautiful scene. Next, Seito looked up indifferently at the two prisoners opposite him. What? He actually killed Mina. The two prisoners were taken aback, but then they thought about how Mina's strength lay in her unblockable charm and hypnotism. If she could resist the hypnotism under her charm, then in fact, Mina herself really didn't have any abilities to show. Immediately, the two prisoners felt relieved. The two of them then used the coin toss method to choose the next contestant. It was the short young man. I, Yada, am your opponent. The short young man walked to the center of the field and looked calmly at Seito. We won't fight this time. Let's compete in something else. What? Seito frowned. There are two of us now. We'll hand over our companions to each other, and then we'll compete to see who can kill each other's companions first. The winner will pass this stage directly, and the loser, Yada laughed. Speed of killing? It's not a problem if I win, but if I lose, even if I kill both of them, the exam will basically be over without the other person participating. This gamble is really insidious. Seito instantly understood the other party's purpose. They wanted to prevent him from passing the exam. However, after thinking about it, he still agreed. Okay. Sweat, go to him. Yada turned around and called out. Okay. The handsome prisoner, Sweat, said. The one over there, you go too, Seito ordered without looking back. Yes. The candidate's eyes flashed with resentment, and he also walked over. However, when he passed by Seito and wanted to trick Seito, he suddenly heard Seito's voice. Just go over, I'll make sure you don't die. After saying that, he patted the candidate's shoulder and did nothing else. After being stunned for a moment, the candidate stared at Seito for a while, then silently walked over. Now begin. In the room, the examiner's despicable voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 35. As soon as he finished speaking, the two prisoners attacked at the same time. However, one of them was Seito, and the other was the examinee. When the examinee saw the short prisoner's attack, a trace of madness and viciousness flashed in his eyes. He rushed forward without any regard for his life. Judging from his posture, he was not going to fight, but to die. That's right, this examinee really had that kind of intention. Putting aside the fact that he had been humiliated by Seito's torture at the beginning. Although he had been obedient throughout the journey, he had placed all his hatred on Seito in his heart. He felt that his dignity had been trampled on. In the end, he had agreed to the bet with the prisoner without considering his question. Who did he think he was? Since Seito was so ruthless, he would not be obedient and drag him down with him. With this thought in mind, he was so crazy. As for Seito's promise that he would not die, he did not believe it at all. He thought that Seito was just fooling him. At this time, Seito was paying attention to the situation on the other side while dealing with Sweater's attack. When he saw the examinee's appearance, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. However, in order to pass the exam, he still followed the arrangements he had made beforehand and activated the barrier he had placed on the examinee's body. A transparent glass-like barrier suddenly appeared between the examinee and Yada, blocking all of Yada's attacks. When the examinee saw the barrier that had suddenly appeared in front of him, he was stunned. Then, after thinking of something, he laughed crazily and started to counterattack Yada. When Seito saw the situation on the other side, he knew that the key was still on his side. That barrier was just a simple one he had made to deal with the exam. It was not very strong. If he did not quickly deal with Sweater, Yada would probably break the barrier and kill that bastard. After thinking about it, Seito took out the Japanese katana that he had made before the exam. It was similar to a Tang katana. Most of the people only knew about Japanese swords. They had completely forgotten that the predecessor of Japanese swords was the Tang swords of the Tang dynasty. After the Ming dynasty, it evolved into Miaodao and later became Japanese swords. With the saber in hand, Itanqing's aura changed. A sharp aura wrapped around Sweat's body, making him feel as if he had nowhere to run. The sharp aura pierced his body, making him feel uncomfortable. Where did this Tao come from? Materialization element? It doesn't look like it. The examiner muttered to himself as he watched Sei Ito's movements. When Sei Ito saw that Sweet was suppressed by his aura, he rushed forward and slashed diagonally at Sweet's body with his Tang saber. Swish! A knife wound appeared on Sweat's chest from his right shoulder to his left shoulder. Large amounts of blood spurted out and dyed the ground red. Bastard! Sweet roared angrily. He touched the wound on his chest with his hand and muttered nervously. Fortunately, he wasn't completely stupid. He still knew how to attack and defend. He didn't know if it was an outburst or something else, but he did cause some trouble for Sei Ito. Of course, it was just a little. Sei Ito didn't care about his current state. The moment he attacked, he had to kill. This was the basic requirement of the Ito family's swordsmanship. A swordsmanship that didn't kill people didn't need to be passed down. Sei Ito rushed in front of Sweet again and slashed with the long saber in his hand. From time to time, there was blood on Sweet's body. In just a moment, there wasn't a piece of intact skin on Sweet's body. His whole body was covered with cuts. Even his face was crisscrossed with cuts. My face, my face. Sweet was dumbfounded. He was actually disfigured. Sei Ito's figure took advantage of Sweat's absent-mindedness and suddenly appeared behind him, waving a fatal knife at his neck. An expression of disbelief still hung on Sweet's face. The headless corpse spat out a large amount of blood and fell to the ground. Sei Ito lightly swung his saber and shook off the blood on his body, splashing a beautiful flower of blood. It's your turn now, Sei Ito said as he walked towards the two people who were fighting. Yada also noticed Sei Ito walking over with a saber. He was shocked and quickly shouted, "Stop, stop!" However, the candidate opposite him didn't care about his shouts. He was eager to vent the anger and humiliation in his heart. He only wanted to end Yada's life so that he could regain some dignity. Bastard! Yada obviously felt that his opponent was a little abnormal. He could only curse and continue to fight. Sei Ito walked not far from the two of them and waited quietly. He knew that Yada, who was forced to the extreme, would attack even more fiercely. The barrier, which was already on the verge of collapse, definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Hence, he was patient. As expected, less than a minute after the battle, the sound of glass shattering rang out. The barrier between Yada and the candidate completely disappeared. In the instant that both of them were stunned, their attacks landed on each other without missing a beat, sending them flying backward. At that moment, Sei Ito instantly moved. He suddenly appeared beside Yada, who was still flying backward in the air. He brandished his saber and killed Yada, who was in no hurry to defend himself and had a look of horror on his face. Sei Ito shook off the blood on his saber and took out a piece of white cloth from his face to gently wipe the blade. Then, he waved his hand and picked up the saber. Looking at the other candidate who was struggling to get up and walk towards him, he raised his hand and slapped him. "You..." The candidate was furious and was about to fly into a rage. However, when he saw Sei Ito's emotionless eyes, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Let's continue forward," Sei Ito said softly and walked out. The candidate silently followed Sei Ito's footsteps. He clenched his fists tightly and expressed the anger in his heart. They were already in front of the last door. After the two of them made their final choice, Sei Ito and the candidate walked in. Halfway through, Sei Ito suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the candidate behind him. He said softly, "I know that you hate me and want to kill me. If you have a chance, you'll definitely kill me at all costs. Am I right?" "That's right." The candidate was silent for a bit before admitting it. "Since you've admitted it, then it's much more convenient for me. I don't want to cause trouble for myself. Although this trouble might not affect me, there are plenty of stories and novels where letting a small character off can lead to a disaster. Furthermore, this is a world where the enemy's family exists. You should know what I'm going to do, right?" Sei Ito said softly. The candidate was speechless, even though some of the words were very strange. "I'll give you a quick death." After Ito Sei finished speaking, He activated the spiritual power in the other party's body. Because of Ito-Sei's activation, several spiritual powers suddenly gathered into a huge force. Before the other party could react, they destroyed the other party's organs silently. After Sei Ito finished doing all of this, he turned around and left. He didn't care about any of this at all. After walking for some distance, Sei Ito finally arrived in front of a large door. As the door slowly rose, Sei Ito finally saw the situation in the room. There were more than 10 candidates sitting and standing in their respective places. However, all of them had some injuries on their bodies. Oh, Sei Ito let out his familiar perverted laughter when he saw Sei Ito come out. Sei Ito stepped out of the door and came in front of Sei Ito. They played cards together to pass the time. Sei Ito thought that since they had reached an agreement, Sei Ito should be safe now. He didn't have to worry about being suddenly killed by Sei Ito, so Sei Ito played with a clear conscience. A few more hours passed like this. Along the way, a few more candidates appeared in the room. The examiner's despicable voice came from the loudspeaker and said that there were only 3 minutes left until the end. The door was opened again. As the main characters of this world, Xiao Gang, Kia, Kalapika, Leo, and the side character Dongba appeared in the room. Last 10 seconds. The third round of the exam has ended. 25 candidates have passed. It's finally over. I'm so tired from writing this. However, those who kept their integrity said that they were digging. I'll continue to ask for your support. Chapter 36. When the third round of the exam was over, the head examiner of the third round finally appeared in front of everyone. He was short, slender, and had large, frameless round eyes. Coupled with a pair of protruding teeth and a head of mohawk hair, he looked like a non-mainstream junior high school student. Congratulations to all of you for safely stepping out of the trap tower. Only the fourth and final tests are left. The location of the fourth test is set to be on Cybern Island. The examiner smiled sinisterly and continued. Let's not waste any more time. Candidates, please start drawing lots. Drawing lots? All of the candidates were stunned. What do we decide by drawing lots? One of the candidates asked. The person who will be hunted and the person who will be hunted. The examiner narrowed his eyes and stared at the remaining candidates with a sense of oppression. There are 25 number cards in this pot. The number you will draw will be the number you passed. Now, please draw according to the order you passed. The first to draw was Caesar. Caesar swaggered to the pot with his unique gait and drew his number, keeping it in his arms. Following that, the others also drew their numbers according to the order they passed the trap tower. Since everyone has drawn their numbers, let me explain the rules. The number you drew will be recorded in this machine. The examiner patted the pot beside him and said, So, you can destroy the card in your hand at will. The candidate's number on the card will represent your prey. The candidates looked at the number cards in their hands and recalled the number of the person who passed the test. Some frowned, some were happy, and so on. And the thing you will be looting is the number card on your prey. Looting the number card on your prey will give you 3 points. Keeping your number card until the end will also give you 3 points. The examiner explained the rules with a sinister smile. Other than that, other number cards will also give you 1 point. The minimum number of points required to advance to the final test is 6 points. You must obtain a total of 6 points and above on Cybern Island. After that, he summoned a ship that was transporting the candidates and sent them to Cybern Island. The atmosphere on the ship was oppressive. No one knew who would be hunting them. They had to pay attention to their prey's movements and also their surroundings, hoping to find the person who was hunting them. Then, they would be able to get it done once and for all. Shisuo, help me open my chanting when we reach the island. Ito-Sei didn't care about the others. Anyway, the number plate he drew was not 44, nor was it Galata's number. So, he didn't feel any pressure now. He went straight to Caesar's side and whispered, Oh, sure. Shisuo grinned. Thank you. No matter what the reason was, it was worth it for Caesar to help him read. Very quickly, 2 hours passed under this kind of pressure. However, the time this time was unusually long for the examinees. Everyone, We have arrived at our destination. Please disembark according to the order of the third exam. 2 minutes after the first person disembarks, the next person will continue to leave. After the ship docked, the staff of the association who was responsible for transporting them to the island said to the crowd, "Everyone will be staying here for a week. Please collect a total of 6 number tags during this time and return here." Then, everyone left the ship according to the order with different thoughts and disappeared into the forest. After arriving at the forest, Seito found a relatively hidden place and quickly climbed up a tree. He found a thick support point and stood there. He closed his eyes and used his heart to feel the fluctuation of spiritual power on Shisa. After all, this time was different from the last time. Last time, he had been moving forward while feeling the fluctuation behind Satu. This time, Shisuo had already disappeared into the forest. As a spiritual object, the forest still had some interference with spiritual power. Therefore, it was still a little difficult to feel his own spiritual power fluctuation among the spirits, especially that tiny bit. After a while, as his heart calmed down, various movements in the forest slowly appeared in Seito's mind. This wasn't because Seito's spiritual power was strong, but because he had integrated himself into the surrounding spirits in the forest. He vaguely felt the unique fluctuation of his own spiritual power in the forest. It gradually became stronger in his heart and vaguely appeared in his mind. Until it's there. That strange and ever-changing feeling. It's definitely Shisuo. After Seito confirmed the location, he directly jumped down from the tree and quickly moved towards Shisuo's location. Although the distance wasn't very far, Seito didn't hide his whereabouts. This caused 1 or 2 blind guys to attack Seito along the way. Unfortunately, they weren't strong people. Most of them were people with crooked methods or skills. Seito wasted some time to deal with them and snatched 2 number cards, which was considered 2 points. However, Ito Seiji also reflected on his actions. Although those guys weren't very good, they were really good hunters. Their patience when facing their prey, their lack of hesitation when they saw an opportunity, and the way they reacted after being discovered could be said to be the best choice. However, in terms of hiding and aura, they were still lacking compared to the guys on Meteor Street. After that, Seito didn't encounter any attackers and finally arrived at Shisuo's location. What greeted him was a playing card whistling in the wind. "Ha ha ha ha, you really found me," Shisuo said without any surprise. "But I don't like the way you greet me," Seito replied. "I know So-chan won't care," Shisuo said with his unique voice, as if he was acting coquettishly. However, the dangerous feeling didn't make Seito feel comfortable at all. "Okay, teach me chanting now," Seito said directly. "How boring. First of all, do you know what chanting is?" Shisuo stopped acting pretentious and asked seriously. "I don't know," Seito answered honestly. "Chanting is chi, the life energy that exists in the body. If this chi is gone, the person will die. However, after arduous training, the power obtained from using this chi is called chanting," Shisuo continued. "It's similar to the chi and blood system in traditional Chinese medicine." Seito compared his knowledge with the knowledge of this world in his mind. To obtain the power of chanting, one has to guide the chi out of the body. This process is very dangerous, so it requires arduous training. But there's also a way to guide the exhalation of chi without going through tough training and obtain mind power, said Caesar with that familiar weird smile. But there's also a way to guide the exhalation of chi and obtain mind power. That is to let a person with chanting force open the pores of another person's body and let the chi out freely. During this process, if the person can control the flow of the chi freely, he will have learned chanting. "I think this is what you want, right?" Shisuo asked. "That's right," Seito nodded and admitted. "Good. If you are ready, I will help you with chanting," Shisuo said with a strange smile. "Anytime." Seito nodded and closed his eyes. "Oh, you really trust me," Shisuo teased Seito when he saw Seito's movements. "It's not that I trust you. I just believe that you're not interested in killing the current me and not the future me," Seito replied with his eyes still closed. Although he answered without hesitation, it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. A psychopath like Shisuo was capable of doing anything. Therefore, he tried his best to use words to increase the possibility of a successful transaction. "Oh, huh?" Shisuo laughed happily. He walked to Seito's back and stopped when his right hand was about 2 centimeters away from Seito's back. Then, an unbelievably huge chi rushed into Seito's body. Bang. It felt like something inside his body had exploded. Seito felt his body tighten at first. Then, a chi that was different from the nameless vitality art, but not far from it, suddenly filled his entire body. Then, it leaked out through the pores all over his body. The speed of the chi was like a dam leaking water. Relax your body and concentrate. Feel the chi around your body. Let it gather around your body and attach to the surface of your body like clothes. Shisuo reminded Seito in a timely manner and pulled him back from his thoughts. In an instant, Seito's psychic energy, which was much stronger than other people's, burst out. He felt the chi leaking out of his body and used his psychic energy to wrap around the chi. Then, he tried his best to control the chi and let it gather around him, sticking to his body like clothes. When he felt it was enough, he released his psychic energy and exposed the chi he was controlling to the air. Sure enough, it did not take long for him to control the chi around his body. It was very warm and comfortable. Shisuo laughed in a low voice and suppressed his killing intent when he saw Seito master chanting so quickly. Chapter 37. At this moment, Seito had no time to think about what would happen to Seito. The moment he opened his mind and took control of his mind, the power of the world was injected into his body. This caused the 3 types of power in his body to increase once again, and some strange changes began to take place. It was as if the 3 types of power had formed 3 corners of a triangle, and the energy was switching between them. With the nameless life force art as the foundation, it was converted into spiritual power and finally into mind power. This situation once again increased the power of his mind power by nearly half. Fortunately, his mental power also increased at the same time, so there was no riot. Speaking of mental power, after this injection, Seito felt that the mental power in his mind had undergone a new change. First of all, he could use his mental power to achieve true inner vision, and it was no longer blurry. Secondly, the mental strength in his mind began to condense in the direction of the mental fog. Although it looked like a small amount, its quality and quantity had obviously improved. Even the projection that he couldn't do in the past could be easily done now. The distance was about 5 meters from the original 1 meter around him, and this wasn't even the limit. Seito knew that his mental power had broken through to low intermediate level. He originally thought that he would have to wait until this world ended before he could break through. However, after thinking about it, he understood. In this world, no matter how strong one was, they were all at the level of ordinary people. Only by obtaining mind power could one be considered a professional in this world. Therefore, when he opened his mind power, the injection of the power of the world was tantamount to giving him a mark. He could be considered a minor character in this world's script. Thinking of this, Seito had an idea. If other worlds can be like this, wouldn't that be another way to collect the power of the world? Fortunately, Seito knew that he still had things to do, so he could not think too much about it. He collected his thoughts and familiarized himself with the balance of power in his body. Only then did he open his eyes and look at Seito, who was walking in front of him. Seito's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his smile was strange. Seeing that Seito had woken up, Shisuo restrained his killing intent. Maintaining his creepy smile, he continued, "Now that you've got mind, I'll tell you how to cultivate mind and some advanced applications. There are 4 basic ways to cultivate thought. The first is to entangle. Keep the chi around your body, just like what you're doing now. Then there's absolute. Don't release the chi and close the pores in your body. Take me, for example. As Caesar spoke, he closed all his pores and his aura instantly disappeared. If Seito hadn't seen him, Caesar wouldn't have been able to sense him. The third is practice. Produce extra ki and release more ki than usual. Finally, there was hair, the technique of manipulating chi at will. When you can control your mind at will, you will have achieved great success in your telekinesis, Caesar said. Ito thought to himself as he sensed the condition of his body. It feels very similar to the Nigong system in wuxia novels. It's the same as chi. No wonder it can allow the energy within the body to be exchanged. Next, I'll talk about the different types of thought. There are 6 types of thought. Strengthening. Among the 6 major thought systems, it's the one that's best for offense, defense, and healing. It had the strongest attack and defense power. Most strengthening type ability users like to strengthen themselves or strengthen certain objects. Transformation. It mainly changes the nature and shape of thought. For transformation and materialization type telekinesis users, once their chi left their bodies, their strength would drop drastically. Release. The only one among the 6 major thought systems that has the same strength after the chi leaves the body. Its main purpose is to release the chi from the body. Materialization. Able to materialize chi into something substantial. However, to materialize something, it requires great concentration, imagination, cultivation, and so on. Generally speaking, the odds of a materialization-type telekinesis user winning against a strengthening-type telekinesis user were not very high. They had to materialize a powerful weapon to be of any use. Operation. Inject thought into a person or an object to control it. However, if you want to strengthen it, you must rely on the strengthening ability of the strengthening. Trait. Any thought that doesn't belong to any of the 5 thought systems will belong to this one. This ability is innate, so it's not easy to learn. Usually, people with special bloodlines can easily belong to this type. Moreover, there's a high chance that manipulation and realization will turn into a trait later on. Trait abilities usually need to be combined with other system abilities to be very powerful. But So-chan, you're very likely to be a trait, Caesar said seriously. Finally, let's talk about the high-level thought techniques. Stealth. Make chi so thin that people can't see it. It's a high-level thought application technique. Even if you release a strong chi, the enemy won't be able to see it. Condensation. Concentrate chi on a certain part of the body. It's called condensation. It's a high-level thought application technique. Circle. A high-level thought application technique. With the user as the center, chi spreads out to form circle. As long as it's within the circle, it can be detected. The size of the circle varies from person to person. Circle, a thought application technique. Wrap chi around an object to strengthen the ability of the object. Hard, a thought application technique. Cover the body with a large amount of chi to increase the defense. Hard, a technique that combines thought, practice, release, and condensation. The attack power will be increased dozens of times. It's very powerful. Flow. Change the distribution of chi to make the amount of attack and defense different. It's called flow. That's all there is to recite. Caesar was indeed a top-notch expert who had almost reached the Deshang level in reciting. His explanation was very detailed. Thank you. I'll remember it. Ito nodded. Good. You just started thought. Although the amount of chi you have is stronger than normal people, you're still a beginner. So you don't need to pay attention to the high-level technique for now. When you've mastered the 4 basic elements, you can test your thought and learn the high-level techniques. As for how to distinguish your thought, I remember the old man in the association invented a method called water thought style. Fill a cup with water and put a leaf on top of the water. Then use thought on the cup. The water spills out to strengthen. The water changes to taste. The water color changes to release thought. The leaf moves is manipulation. The water spills out of the cup is realization. If there are other changes, it'll be trait. Ito nodded and memorized it. Well, since the deal is done, I'll take my leave. This is my phone number. When I think it's appropriate, I'll call you and find you to complete the second half of the deal. Caesar said as he threw a card over. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Ito said expressionlessly as he caught the card. He thought to himself, if only I hadn't left this world at that time. After Caesar finished speaking, he quickly left Ito's line of sight. Then he felt a crazy and strange aura suddenly erupt. A violent killing intent filled the forest. Looks like he can't suppress his killing intent. Ito felt the aura that was obviously Caesar's, and he broke out in cold sweat. It was obvious how dangerous Caesar was just now. I'll leave quickly too. I'll find a place to hide and train after I've taken 6 points. After thinking, Ito quickly left his previous position and searched the forest for prey. For those who don't know what thought is, I'll explain it to them. Also, I'll only be updating these 2 chapters today. If I want to update more, it'll be after 11 o'clock. So, if you have to go to work or school, don't wait around and rest early. Chapter 38. Ito didn't hide at all along the way. Instead, he ran in a wide area, exposing his presence to attract the attention of his targets. After all, it was easier to be found than to be found, although it might put him in danger as a warrior who wouldn't be confident in their own abilities. Sure enough, as Ito expected, although the contestants who discovered Ito expressed some concerns about Ito's blatant movement, some of them couldn't help but attack him because of their self-confidence and subconscious thinking that he was a fool. Ito dodged the attack and ignored the attacks that continued to come at him. He quickly ran into the nearby bushes and disappeared in a few flashes. What happened next immediately changed. Although the contestant was prepared to chase after Ito, he obviously forgot the principle of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Before he could catch up to Ito, another hunter launched a fatal attack from the dark. Whoosh! There was a slight sound of something cutting through the air. A slender black shadow shot at the hunter who was chasing Ito Seiji at lightning speed. The hunter felt the danger approaching, and he decisively stopped chasing Ito Seiji. At the critical moment, he unleashed his potential and dodged the arrow that was shot at him. Unfortunately, he dodged too late. The arrow still pierced through his clothes, leaving a wound on him. "Who is it? Come out!" the pursuer shouted. His eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, hoping to find the source of the danger. However, he was disappointed. The hunter didn't show off after being hit by the arrow. Instead, he continued to hide carefully. When the pursuer's spirit relaxed slightly, he decisively shot out another sharp arrow. Over there, the pursuer immediately retracted his relaxed expression. He calmly dodged the incoming arrows and rushed towards the lurker's position. Unfortunately, he still miscalculated. The first arrow was laced with poison. It would have been better if he hadn't moved. Running caused the blood in his body to flow rapidly, and the poison invaded his body at an even faster speed. Before he could run a few steps, his whole body was sore and weak, and he fell to the ground. However, the hunter still didn't come out. After waiting for another minute to make sure that the poison was at its peak and the pursuer couldn't move a finger, the hunter cautiously walked out of the bushes. He stood in front of the pursuer, his eyes still observing the surroundings. At the same time, he kept the pursuer's number tag and quickly left. "Don't worry. It's just a super strong nerve paralysis toxin. The effect will last for at most 6 hours. Pray that you don't encounter any wild beasts." When the hunter's voice disappeared, the hunter disappeared into the bushes. The lurker shuttled through the weeds, always quickly advancing to a certain position before suddenly turning or retreating, then changing direction and continuing to advance. After going back and forth several times, he finally arrived at his real hiding place, a hidden place with dense bushes and dense shadows, where almost no light could be seen. Just as he happily picked up the number tag in his hand and observed it, a light breeze blew past his neck. He couldn't resist at all and fainted instantly. The 2 number tags slipped from his hand and rolled on the ground twice before falling to the ground. Sure enough, after learning telekinesis, my body's functions have become a lot stronger. It's not easy to sneak up on me now. Ito sighed as he walked to the number tags. He bent down and picked up the 2 number tags on the ground. Then, he took the hunter's number tag and left immediately. It turned out that this was all part of Ito's plan. When Ito purposely exposed himself as bait, he did not plan to fight the hunter head-on. He knew that his actions might have attracted more than one hunter. That was why Ito decisively left after he lured the hunter out. He left a considerable distance so that most of the hunters would lose track of him. Then, he would return to the battlefield to be the final fisherman. As expected, when Ito returned to the battlefield, he saw a battle between the hunter and the prey. However, he did not leave immediately after the battle ended. He wanted to see if there were any more orioles. He followed the hunter all the way to his hiding place. When he did not see anyone else, he had no choice but to pick up the hunter's number tag and leave. Ito now had 8 points in addition to the 2 points he obtained previously. This meant that 5 people had fallen in Ito's hands. Due to the influence of these 5 people, the results of the hunter exam had changed. An endless stream of world force quickly poured into Ito's body. However, this time, it was not a violent injection. Instead, it was slowly filling up his body like a small stream. Ito quickly shuttled through the forest again. Now that he had obtained enough points, he hid himself and ran quickly through the forest. Not far from the shore where the exam had ended, he sensed if there were any other living creatures in the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one else around, he found a relatively secluded but spacious place and threw out a few boundary stones made of metal. A hexagram flashed on the ground, and a huge boundary stone enveloped Ito's position. It was as if Ito did not exist. When everything was ready, Ito began his new training. Ito used his powerful psyche to train his newly obtained telekinesis. Logically speaking, Ito should not be able to train his telekinesis. After all, Ito's body was not as strong as the people who came to this world. He did not have the strength of a few tons just by wearing a heavy metal suit. However, Ito had his own unique advantages compared to other outsiders. First of all, after transmigrating to this world, Ito was disguised as a native of this world. This allowed him to not be rejected by this world and be treated as a human by the laws of this world. Secondly, the magic cube in his body had transformed his body. As an external source of power, the world's power was unique in that it could assimilate and affect any power system. This was because in the end, all powers were evolved according to the rules of the world's power. Finally, there was Ito's own power, chi, spirit, and psyche. Chi might be something cultivated from the nameless life force technique, but its purity and wide adaptability were incomparable to any other power. It was also the power closest to the nature of the world's power. Psyche came from the power of the soul and psyche. It was a wide range of power that any creature could obtain. As long as one had intelligence, they would be able to obtain psyche. Therefore, psyche was not inferior to chi in terms of compatibility. It was also a power that could be used in many worlds. Lastly, psyche. As a power that was emitted from the soul, there was no need to say more about its nature. Therefore, with the help of these 3 basic but widely applicable powers, the psyche was successfully guided out. It formed a triangular transformation formation with Ito's chi and psyche. With a strong psyche, it was much easier to cultivate chi. Chi could be used to strengthen the body, and a strong body would protect the psyche. The progress of Ito Sei, who was strengthened by the trinity of spirit, energy, and matter, was almost equal to the universal truth of the big world, could be imagined. After 7 days, Ito's psyche cultivation had finally reached a certain level. Compared to some people in this world who had cultivated for a few years, he was not inferior. At the same time, he had mastered the advanced techniques of psyche. As for the last psyche, this was not a suitable place. He would think about it after the exam. When there was still some time before the end of the competition, Ito stopped cultivating and walked towards the shore. I'm finally feeling better. I don't know how many chapters I'll be writing today. Probably around 3 chapters. As for more or less, God knows. Also, it's so cold that my legs hurt. Chapter 39. When Ito walked out of the forest, he saw a few other candidates walking out of the forest as well. Including Sei Ito, there were a total of 10 candidates. 9 of them were candidates who were supposed to be here. Those 3 didn't affect me either? Looks like they're all really talented. Looks like my influence is still very limited. I have to keep working hard, Sei Ito sighed in his heart as he stood alone. The 10 candidates boarded the airship that was going to transport the candidates to the final exam venue. They had a good meal and were given a good rest. Next, the chairman would like to talk to all of you. If your number is called, please go to the first meeting room on the 2nd floor. Examinee number 44, please come up. When everyone was almost done resting, the airship's broadcast system suddenly sounded. It was the voice of Bean Bun who gave out the numbers before the first round of the exam. Not long after Caesar left, the sound of summoning came from the broadcast again. First, it was the shortest candidate among the 10. Sei Ito didn't pay attention to his name. Then it was Kia, the old man from the martial arts school, Jigurata, Xiaogang, Hanzo, Kalapika, Leo, and finally Sei Ito. In the first meeting room on the 2nd floor, Sei Ito and Chairman Nitro sat opposite each other. Okay, let's talk. First, why did you want to become a hunter? Chairman Nitro asked as he looked at Sei Ito's information. No reason. It's just that it's easier and cheaper to get a hunter's license, Sei Ito said honestly. I see. Chairman Nitro chuckled and continued. Then, which one of the other 9 candidates do you care about the most? The one I care about the most? Number 44, Kiso. That's probably him. Sei Ito recalled his behavior during the exam. It seemed like he was always on guard against Kiso. That's why he paid the most attention to him. Although the other examinees are also very admirable, Caesar always emits killing intent from time to time. It's impossible not to notice him. One last question. Out of the other 9, who do you want to fight the least? Nitro picked up the information of the others and started reading. Also number 44, Shisua, Sei Ito said directly. I see. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back now. Nitro nodded. Then I'll take my leave. Sei Ito stood up, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. Although Sei Ito looked like an ordinary person with many flaws, for some reason, Sei Ito always felt very depressed. Being with Nitro was too stressful. 3 days after the end of the conversation, which was also 3 days after the end of the 4th exam, everyone was led by the officials of the association to a huge ancient castle that looked like a Muslim cult. They stopped in a hall that was close to 150 square meters in size. President Nitro, the examiners of the previous exams, and some staff members of the association came to the hall together. Nitro walked over to a panel that Bean Bun had just pushed up. He lifted the curtain, and a table of matchups appeared on the white drawing board under the curtain. It wasn't the usual 2-on-1 battle schedule, but a very strange one. The final exam will be a 1-on-1 elimination tournament. The condition to pass this final exam is very simple. You just need to win 1 match. President Nitro said, the winner will stand out from the rest, and the loser will reach the top of the schedule. The person at the top of the schedule will fail. As President Nitro explained, everyone began to carefully examine the competition schedule. The first match was between number 294 and number 405. The loser of the 2 would face number 53. The loser of number 53 would fight number 99. After that, the loser of number 99 would fight number 301. Then there was the other half of the schedule. Number 191 would face the loser of number 404 and number 44. Sei Ito would face number 403, Leo. The loser of the 2 would face the loser of number 191, number 404, and number 44. Does everyone understand? Nitro asked after everyone had a rough understanding of their opponents. Only one person will fail, right? Hanzo couldn't help but ask. That's right, and everyone will have more than 2 chances to win. Any other questions? President Nitro asked after answering Hanzo's question. I feel that the competition schedule is unfair. May I know the reason? Asked the oldest martial artist among all the candidates. I knew you would ask, President Nitro replied. President Nitro glanced at the examinee who asked the question and replied to him. Then, he said to the other examinees, I arranged the competition schedule according to your previous exam results. To put it simply, those with good results will be given more chances. I don't understand. Can you tell us more about the grading method? Kia asked. No way. Nitro refused immediately. Why not? Because the grading method is confidential. I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you a little about it. Nitro held up 3 fingers and continued. First of all, there are 3 criteria: physical ability, mental ability, and impression value. The physical ability value was a test of agility, flexibility, endurance, and 5 senses. The spiritual ability score was a comprehensive assessment of durability, flexibility, judgment, creativity, and so on. However, these 2 criteria are only for reference. Besides, you are all strong people who have made it to the final exam. These criteria can't determine the winner. The most important thing is impression value. It's the score that can't be determined in the first 2 criteria. It can also be considered a hunter's qualification. Qualification? Seito was stunned. A hunter's specialty was in their mind. Even if they had all kinds of strange techniques and rich knowledge, if they didn't know how to read, they wouldn't be qualified to be a hunter. So this qualification referred to this. Was it the probability of opening one's mind? Could this be seen? Of course, this depends on how much effort you put into it. Nitro then began to explain. The rules of the competition are very simple. Weapons are allowed. There are no rules. As long as the opponent says, I surrender, you win. However, if you kill the opponent, you will immediately lose the qualification. The remaining people will be considered qualified. Nitro retreated to the side and let the staff of the association come forward. Now, the competition begins. The staff announced. The first round, Hanzo against Xiaojing. The process was the same as the original work. Hanzo was an adult, and his combat experience was much stronger than Xiaojing's. Moreover, his ninja training wasn't for nothing. He could easily knock Xiaojing down. But although Xiaojing was knocked down, he always stood up with his strong willpower. Even in the face of Hanzo's torment, he refused to admit defeat. His serious appearance unconsciously began to affect the mood of the people around him. Even Seito was affected by it. He had an impulse to kill Hanzo. In the end, Hanzo was also affected by Xiaojing's seriousness. He knew that unless he killed him, it was impossible to make Xiaojing say, I surrender, but that would be equivalent to giving up the competition. Moreover, Hanzo didn't know when he started to think that it was cruel to treat a child like this. He had to voluntarily give up the competition and prepare to compete with the next opponent. In this way, the first qualified person appeared, Xiaojing. Chapter 2, December 1st. Finally, I'm going to finish the exam. Chapter 40. After that, there were a few more matches. Other than the middle-aged martial artist being crippled by Caesar, the rest of the matches were relatively peaceful. Next match, number 78 versus number 403, the staff announced. Seito and number 403 Leo walked out of the crowd at the same time and stood in the middle of the field. I didn't expect my opponent to be you, Leo said seriously, holding his iron rod. Seito was a little confused. They didn't seem to have any interactions, so why would Leo notice him? You are the one I pay the most attention to among all the candidates, other than Caesar. Do you still remember the end of the first exam? Leo continued without waiting for Itosei's reply. At that time, when a human-faced ape was killed by Caesar, a total of 3 waves of poker cards were launched. At that time, I happened to notice that you were one of the targets. Then, at the end of the second exam, in the airship, you were also very eye-catching. Then, in the third and fourth exam, you basically finished the exam unscathed. That's why you left a deep impression on me. I see. You are very observant, Seito said with admiration. But even so, I won't admit defeat. Leo seemed to have given himself a buff with his words. He suddenly rushed over with full spirit. Unfortunately, his speed was useless against Seito. Seito easily dodged Leo's attack with a sidestep. At the same time, he used his hand to press Leo's falling body to the ground. Bang! With a dull sound, Leo's head made a close contact with the ground. Leo, Kalapika called out worriedly. Leo's head was a little dizzy from the impact. Before he could react, he felt his body being hit a few times. Then, he felt his body become lighter. After a while, Leo recovered from the attack. When he got up, he saw Seito standing far away and not attacking him. "Are you still going to continue?" Seito asked with a chuckle. His meaning was obvious. "The gap is so big. Do you still want to continue?" "Continue." Leo gritted his teeth and rushed towards Seito again. "In that case, I'll let you enjoy it." Seito shook his head with a sigh and snapped his fingers. Leo, who was running, suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Then, a terrifying feeling of being bitten by thousands of ants filled Leo's body. The pain made Leo, who considered himself a tough guy, couldn't help but scream. This was the result of Ito Sei's spiritual power. Just now, when Ito Sei threw Leo to the ground, his hands continuously patted Leo's body a few times, and some subtle spiritual energy was slapped into Leo's body. If Leo still didn't admit defeat, it would end the battle. "Leo," shouted Kalapika. "Admit defeat," Seito said as he looked at Leo, who was struggling on the ground. "Bastard, bastard," Leo muttered with a ferocious expression. "You have to think carefully. Are you going to continue to endure or admit defeat now?" "If you continue to endure, I will make the pain worse. You are a doctor, so you should know what will happen when the pain exceeds a certain threshold," Seito said softly, completely ignoring Leo's ferocious expression. "If it's mild, it will be a psychological trauma. If it's severe, it will directly affect your brain's ability to work. It won't be good if unforeseen changes happen in the end." After holding on for a while, Leo could no longer endure the torment, and he mumbled, "I surrender," in his incoherent words. With that, Seito's battle ended, and he also obtained the hunter qualification. The battles ended one after another. The battle between Jigurata and Kia was the most dramatic. Jigurata changed from a strange man to a handsome man, Ilmi. The change finally reminded Seito of why he had an impression of Jigurata. After that, Jiguata, who had reverted back to Ilmi, used his unique expressionless face, and his black gemstone-like hollow eyes to tell Kia. He even used his telepathy to suppress Kia's mental state. In the end, Kia admitted defeat as she broke down. She then killed another contestant in another battle and lost the hunter qualification. Therefore, the rest of the battles did not have to start. It was equivalent to announcing that everyone had passed the test and obtained the hunter qualification. After half a day of rest, on the morning of the second day, the candidates who passed the test were gathered in a room that looked like a lecture hall in a university. Zazu announced the results of the test and gave out hunter licenses. He also explained some of the benefits of being a hunter. When everything was over, the test was officially over. Excluding the person who was killed by Kia and Kia herself, there were a total of 8 people who passed the test. It was considered a good result in the history of the Hunter Association. After leaving the reception area, Seito checked into a hotel and looked for the number of his enemy on the internet. Seito picked up his phone and called. "Beep, beep, ka, hello, this is beating the enemy. May I know who you want to kill?" A unique question was heard from the other end of the line. "I'd like to hire Ilmi from your family for a job. I'll tell you the details after I meet him." Seito leaned against the bedside table and said in a relaxed manner, "Sure, I'll transfer the money over later. The meeting place is room 803 of the **** Hotel in Delta City." Seito agreed without hesitation. "All right, ka." Seito hung up the phone and turned on the computer in the hotel room. He transferred the money over and turned on the television. At night, Seito sat on the bed with his legs crossed in the dark room and waited quietly. Not long after, the door to the guest room was pushed open silently. Then Ilmi, who was dressed in black, walked in silently like a nimble cat. He was stunned when he saw the person in the room. Soon, he returned to his usual expressionless face. "I'm the client," Seito said first. "What kind of job?" Ilmi asked. "Teach me assassination skills. If possible, It'd be best if you could teach me some of your family's assassination skills. I'll give you 1.5 months, Ito said. Sure, I'll need 15 billion rings. Please pay first. Ilmi agreed without hesitation. You agreed so easily? Ito asked in surprise. It doesn't matter. Ilmi gave him a don't know answer. Okay, I'll transfer the money now. Ito turned on the computer and quickly checked the account. After Ilmi confirmed the receipt of the money, the deal was done. When do we start? Ito asked. Anytime. The two left the hotel and went to an unknown place. After finishing the exam, it was time for him to get down to business after learning about the assassination technique. Chapter 41. That night, after Ilmi brought Ito out of the hotel, he casually picked up a mission from the mission list and brought Ito out of the city. After arriving at the location of the mission in the cheapest way possible, Ilmi handed a stack of documents to Ito and said, "Go in and assassinate this guy." What do you mean? Ito asked, confused. Assassination isn't something that can be learned just by teaching, so you have to learn it through practice. That's your first goal, Ilmi said expressionlessly. But I don't even know anything about assassination. How am I supposed to do it? Ito frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Only by experiencing it firsthand will you be able to grasp it better. That's how you learn how to assassinate an enemy," Ilmi explained. Ito was speechless after hearing Ilmi's words. Then, he recalled the limited amount of information about hunters in his memory. It seemed like this was how he learned how to assassinate an enemy. For example, Kiaba started going out on missions when he was 5 years old and continued for a year until he was 6 years old before he went to challenge the Sky Arena Tower. Ito helplessly looked at the information in his hand under the light. Debacrost, the director of a company in this city. Although he wasn't a good person, he wasn't a bad person either. To sum it up, he was an ordinary person, just a rich, ordinary person. He had 3 bodyguards and a bodyguard captain. According to the information, the captain had already started studying, but he didn't take the hunter license test. He could be considered a hunter-level expert who wasn't a hunter yet. Hey, even if you want to learn through practice, you don't have to be so difficult right from the start. Ito shook the documents in his hand. You're already a hunter, Ilmi said in the same tone as before, leaving Ito speechless. In the end, Ito had no choice but to seriously study the information provided by the enemy and come up with a few plans in his mind. Only then did he take action under the cover of the night. Sneaking in was a technical job. It wasn't as simple as hiding from people and guarding against being discovered by dogs like ancient bandits. Nowadays, there were many things to learn when it came to infiltration. Other than anti-infrared, anti-camera, and anti-thermal tracking, there was also the primitive art of hiding from people and dogs. Now, there was also the art of hiding from psychic senses. One could imagine that being a thief in the hunter's world was also a skill. Fortunately, Ito had also mastered telekinesis. He used absolute and invisibility to easily evade the heat and telekinesis. Then, he moved with the wind to hide his scent. After that, he had to sneak around in the dark to avoid patrols. When they finally entered the building, they had to learn how to quickly find their target and choose a hiding spot. When Ito finally found his target, Ito hesitated. After all, Ito couldn't cut off his emotions and kill someone he didn't have any enmity with. So, Ito didn't know what to do. While Ito was feeling conflicted, he couldn't control his concealment well and was discovered by the bodyguard captain, who was always by his target side. "Who is it? Come out." At the same time, the hidden weapon in his hand was already flying towards Ito. Ito immediately retracted his thoughts and dodged the hidden weapon, exposing himself to the air. "Who are you?" the bodyguard captain asked. "The person who will kill you," Ito replied expressionlessly. "Arrogant. Even if you don't say it, I can guess. It must be that bitch, Lily, who sent you here," the bodyguard captain said disdainfully. The Lily he was talking about was the ex-wife of Debacrost's son. She was the lover of the current leader of this city's underground organization. She was a prostitute who sold her body for vanity. Think what you want. Ito said. Taking advantage of the bodyguard captain's disdain, he attacked with his dagger. The two of them quickly exchanged blows in the room. As for the old man, double-crossed, he ran out of the room through a secret passage while the two of them were fighting. Both of them were psychic experts. However, one of them didn't know his element, while the other knew and used it to his advantage. The bodyguard captain's element was strengthening. His attack and defense were both very strong. So, he was able to suppress Ito. Fortunately, Ito didn't only rely on his psychic abilities. So, for the time being, Ito didn't have any restraints on him. However, Ito wasn't easy to deal with. Although the bodyguard captain was just a minor character, he was still a psychic expert. His strengthening effect was very obvious. Ito felt pain all over his body. I can't continue like this. Ito thought of a countermeasure. He quickly waved the dagger in his hand and slashed at his opponent's arm. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. This was a dagger that had been strengthened by psychic power. Yet, it couldn't hurt his opponent. It was clear how powerful his strengthening effect was. Seeing this, Ito decisively retreated. He put away the dagger in his hand and assumed the stance of a Jequin. Since you want to fight me head-on, I'll fight you head-on. I don't believe that you won't be hurt after I inject my chi into your body. Seeing that Ito had changed his fighting style, the bodyguard captain looked down on Ito even more. He rushed up with a sinister smile and punched at Ito's head with his powerful chi. He wanted to kill Ito in one hit. Ito quickly dodged the opponent's fist and then lowered his waist in a horse stance and threw out a straight punch. The whole body's strength was gathered at the end of the fist, and the chi was hidden behind strength. He punched the opponent's chest. Bang! A dull sound of collision rang out. The bodyguard captain patted his chest indifferently and tapped it lightly. It was obvious that his attack was too weak. This was one of the weaknesses of strengthening-type people. They relied on their strong defense to not defend against certain attacks at all. A sneer flashed in the corner of Ito's mouth. He stepped forward and gathered his strength in his fists. With Ito's attack, the strength gradually spread to the upper body of the bodyguard captain. All right, it's time to end this. The bodyguard captain was a little impatient. He originally wanted to delay, Ito, and let his boss leave before quickly finishing him off. He didn't expect Ito to be as flexible as a loach. It's time to end this. Ito said coldly. His fist suddenly turned into a palm and stuck to the bodyguard captain's body in a strange way. Then, a violent chi rushed into the bodyguard captain's body and attacked his body. The bodyguard captain's expression changed. He felt that when he used his telekinesis, he suddenly became sluggish. His control also became a lot more difficult. Moreover, various parts of his body were affected by the chi that suddenly rushed into his body, triggering waves of fluctuations and creating hidden injuries. Wah! The bodyguard captain couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Small pieces of flesh could also be seen in the blood. Bastard! The bodyguard captain cursed, forcefully using his telekinesis, which had already become somewhat difficult to understand. Ito slid to dodge the opponent's attack. Then, he unleashed a series of fist techniques. Every move landed on the bodyguard captain's body, until the last punch landed on the bodyguard captain's heart. Bang! The lifeless corpse powerlessly fell to the ground. Ito took a breath and followed the passageway to find his target. When Ito followed the passageway to a dark room, he saw Debakrotha's corpse powerlessly sitting on a chair. His hands were hanging down and his face was filled with disbelief. Beside him stood Ilfin, who was dressed in black. These few days have been rather dull. Let's have a hot-blooded chapter. Let's give everyone some excitement. Chapter 42. It seems that I have overestimated you. Ilmi's head was slightly tilted. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't be able to tell that he was tilting his head. He stared at Ito expressionlessly. Ito was speechless. He knew that the problem was with him. Although he could push the blame to Ilmi for sending a newbie like him to carry out the mission, from the current situation, he knew that Ilmi had already considered everything. Moreover, Sei Ito didn't want to push the problem away. It seems that I need to make some adjustments to your teaching, Ilmi said and walked to the side to make a phone call. Sei Ito didn't need to eavesdrop to know that Ilmi must be contacting the intelligence department of the enemy family to arrange something. Sure enough, after a while, Ilmi walked out of the room. Sei Ito quickly followed. The following days weren't hard for Sei Ito, but the mental torment wasn't something that could be reflected in the physical body. Because after the assassination that day, Ilmi changed the targets of his missions. It was no longer the kind of people who looked like the leaders of some forces. Instead, it was some middle-level people. However, among these people, there were some targets that Ito, Sei, couldn't accept. For example, some children, some women, and so on. But Ilmi had already said that he wouldn't do it anymore. These missions would all be completed by Ito, Sei himself. Because of this, Sei Ito almost forced himself into a dangerous situation several times. In the end, the desire to live in his heart won over the last bit of weakness in his heart, and he hardened his heart to kill his targets. After that, under Ilmi's arrangement, Ito Sei completed more than a dozen of such missions one after another until they no longer had to worry about the situation of the goal. Only then did the two of them return to the original Overlord-level characters. As for why Sei Ito didn't give up on learning the art of assassination, it was because he knew that he would encounter such a situation sooner or later. What would he do then? Adapt to it again? At that time, he wouldn't have the same conditions as now. A single mistake could cost him his life. That was why Sei Ito didn't give up even when he was faced with this kind of mental torment at the beginning. Even now, he was facing it calmly. This change was not small. The most direct manifestation was that Ito Sei's temperament had become calm and depressed, and the look in his eyes began to show some emptiness like Ilmi's. After 1.5 months of assassination practice and teaching, Sei Ito had finally mastered one of his goals, the assassination techniques of the enemy. As for the future application, it would be a matter of experience. At the end of the transaction, the two of them didn't say much. They just left each other's phone numbers and went their separate ways. The first thing Sei Ito did was to find a hotel. He threw himself into a water tank and took a nice bath. After he relaxed his body and mind, he went back to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. Rubik's Cube. How's the profit for the past 1.5 months? Sei Ito secretly asked. In the past 1.5 months, the user has killed 23 orange favored ones, 11 yellow favored ones, and 2 green favored ones. A large amount of world force has been obtained. A large amount. Sei Ito's mouth slightly twitched. Obviously, these numbers triggered some dark memories of the past 1.5 months. He also sensed the energy scale of the Rubik's Cube in his mind. He found that the third scale was already full, and there was a little overflow. It seemed that he had obtained a lot of world force during this time. There's still a month until the Yuk Shinjin auction in September. Should I go to the Sky Arena to take a look? It's a pity that I can't be sure if Shisuo is still there. Otherwise, it would be the best place to make some money. The Yuk Shinjin auction is the closest time for the world force to erupt. It's one of the best times to collect world force. I can't miss it. Thinking of this, Sei Ito suddenly stood up because he remembered a famous criminal group, Phantom Troop. He skillfully turned on the computer in the room, logged onto the website that Gao Ji used after the hunter examination, took out his hunter license, and swiped it on the card reader like a bank card. The original Ordinary Hunter website immediately became a website that only certified hunters could access. Sei Ito logged on to the internal website according to the number on the hunter license. He quickly browsed some secret information that was only available to hunters. Of course, he also had to pay for this information. He roughly collected some incomplete and uncertain information about the Phantom Troop. After quickly browsing through it, Sei Ito quickly destroyed the computer in front of him, tore off the network cable, put on his clothes, and quickly left the room. He had a feeling in his heart that his exploration of the Phantom Troop's information had been noticed by someone. There's actually another hunter looking up our information. Let's see who this guy is. In a dilapidated warehouse in a city that was far away from Sei Ito's city, A baby-faced young man was feeding snacks to his mouth with one hand while operating a computer. Is there another guy who wants to die? Just in time to have some fun. One of them was only 150 centimeters tall, wearing a dark purple dress, with a collar that was deliberately raised high to cover half of his face, only revealing a pair of small and narrow eyes. In his hand was a silver shaver rolling between his fingers. The leader said that before the operation begins, it's best not to cause trouble. The other was even shorter, looking like a 7 to 8-year-old child. He was wearing a linen full-body hooded robe, with long green hair that reached his chest, covering his entire face, leaving only a little slender hair for his eyes. "It's okay. I'm just checking who it is," the baby-faced young man said. "Found it. Hey." After a moment, the baby-faced young man first cheered happily, then asked a question with some surprise. "What's wrong?" The purple-clothed young man playing with the shaver asked. The other party seems to be a computer expert. After sensing Fifth's investigation, he decisively cut off the network connection, and now we've lost that guy's signal. Hearing the baby-faced young man say so, the purple-clothed young man unhappily snorted. After Ito-say left the hotel, he suddenly realized that he didn't know what to do. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that what he needed most right now was money. Therefore, Ito-say, who had nowhere else to go, finally decided to go to the Sky Arena. He believed that as long as he kept his distance, Caesar wouldn't be able to easily discover him. 3 days later, Ito finally arrived at the entrance of the Sky Arena. He familiarly went to the information dealer to buy information on the recent contestants, then returned to the hotel to study it. After a sleepless night, Ito had a general understanding of the recent contestants. Among these contestants, he found the 2 children, Little Gang and Chia, who were specially marked as dark horses. Since Little Gang and Chia were still here, then Ito was definitely still here, so Ito increased his distance. On the second day, Ito came to the Sky Arena again. Using the Rubik's Cube's scan and his own information, he started his money-making business at the gambling window. Recently, I've discovered that I still have a lot of problems, so I've decided to continue working hard to improve the quality of my writing and write better things for you. Also, continue to ask for votes, Hyde, for the sake of my hard work. Thank you. Chapter 43. For the next month or so, Ito basically lived a boring life of gambling, intelligence peddler, and hotel. At the same time, his gains were considerable. With the help of the Rubik's Cube and the intelligence peddler's information, he won more than he lost, except for those who were unlucky enough to have a hidden trump card, or those who were extremely lucky. In the hotel, Ito smiled when he saw that the number in his bank account had exceeded 10 billion. Of course, this was not the only reason he was happy. In the past 2 weeks, Ito finally found an opportunity to open up his psychic element and telekinesis. As expected, the psychic element was a specially made one. Seeing that there were about 10 days left before the auction, Ito checked out of the hotel and headed to Yuko Shinjin. Ito remembered that there was an underground auction 3 days before the official auction. He believed that there would be a lot of fun to watch at that time. A few days later, Ito arrived at Yuko Shinjin. Yuko Shinjin was currently crowded with people. There were some fierce-looking people everywhere, and some were surrounded by people. Ito booked a room in Yuko Shinjin's biggest hotel before heading to Yuko Shinjin's famous flea market. According to the internet, there were often some precious items that had not been discovered before. On the way, Ito observed Yuko Shinjin and realized that this city was one of the few modern metropolises in the world. For the first time, Ito felt like he had entered the modern era, and it was not like the remains of a modern civilization. After walking around for a while, Ito arrived at the flea market. The first thing he saw was a crowded street filled with people. On both sides of the street, there was a rag shop and a stall behind hawker's shop. Every stall had all kinds of strange or ancient items on display. In front of these items, there were always 2 or 3 customers who stopped to look at them and haggle over the price. Sei Ito strolled through the crowd and observed these items, wondering if he could find any items with accumulated world energy. Unfortunately, even when Sei Ito was about to leave, he didn't find anything that the Rubik's Cube could sense. Just as Sei Ito was about to leave, two children appeared in front of Sei Ito. "It's you?" Sei Ito asked in surprise. "Hey, it's you. What's your name?" Chia had some impression of Sei Ito. My name is Sei Ito," Sei Ito said helplessly. "Are you here to look for things too?" Xiao Gang interrupted and asked. "You could say that, but I didn't see anything interesting, so I'm preparing to head back." Sei Ito shrugged and smiled. "Is that so? Then I won't disturb you," Chia said before Xiao Gang could speak. "Well, goodbye. Good luck." Sei Ito nodded and walked away from the two. "Chia, why don't you talk to Sei Ito?" Xiao Gang looked at Chia strangely and asked. Chia turned and looked at Sei Ito, who had disappeared into the crowd, and said seriously, "I smelled a similar aura from that person." At the same time, she thought to herself, that feeling seems to be a similar aura? Xiao Gang sniffed and found that other than the sweat of the surrounding crowd and the metallic smell in the air, there didn't seem to be any strange smells. "Hey, are you a dog?" Chia looked at Xiao Gang's actions and said with a defeated expression. On the other side, Sei Ito was hidden in the crowd. After hearing the conversation between Chia and Xiao Gang, he smiled silently and flashed out of the crowd and returned to the hotel. Time silently came to the 1st of September. It was the third day before the Yuk Shinjin auction. It was also the day of the underground auction, so the entire Yuk Shinjin auction was under martial law. The streets were filled with ferocious-looking gangsters in black suits patrolling the west side. The policemen next to them had all become their lackeys and were ordered around by them. On the street, a fleet of black cars quickly drove through a special lane that was under martial law and stopped in front of the hotel. Then, people who were more dangerous than the gangsters patrolling the streets got out of the cars and surrounded the leaders of the gang. They walked into the hotel and disappeared from the sight of ordinary people. So many favored ones. Somewhere in the hotel, Sei Ito, who was mixed in with the ordinary people, looked at the people walking in one by one and thought to himself. He saw the bright light of the favored ones from these people. Just when Sei Ito was thinking about whether to kill these guys or not, suddenly a strange feeling attracted Sei Ito's attention. In his feeling, there was a murderous aura surging from the black-clothed people somewhere. When Sei Ito turned his gaze, the bright purple light of the favored ones appeared in Sei Ito's eyes. Coupled with the image of those people, Sei Ito instantly knew the information of those black-clothed people. "That's the Phantom Troop." Sei Ito was shocked and quickly withdrew his gaze, so as not to attract the attention of those abnormal people. He disappeared into the crowd after a few turns. He didn't want to be involved in the massacre of the Phantom Troop. The Phantom Troop, maybe I can get another world's power. But it's a pity those guys who were killed by the Phantom Troop were also a lot of world's power. On the way out, Sei Ito secretly thought. Although he couldn't deal with the Phantom Troop, it didn't mean that he couldn't deal with them alone. Even if he couldn't do it directly, couldn't he do it secretly? Now that Sei Ito's mentality had changed a lot, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to collect world's power. Sure enough, not long after Sei Ito left, a message quickly spread throughout Yuku Xian City. As long as someone had a little means, they could inquire about it. The guests and security guards of the underground auction had all disappeared. Next, all of Yuku Xian Jin's underworld gangs began to move. A large number of people spread out like ants. Almost every square meter of land was set up to search. Sei Ito stood on the roof of a building, looked at the direction of the huge hot air balloon in the sky, and quickly followed it. Soon, the hot air balloon was discovered by the gangs below. One by one, they reported the news to their small leaders. After the small leaders reported the news to the big leaders, they gathered their men and got in a car to chase after the hot air balloon. When they arrived at a certain wasteland outside the city, the hot air balloon seemed to have run out of fuel as it plummeted to the ground. Following that, a man with a height of 2 meters Wearing only a waistcoat and a pair of shorts made of animal skin, his muscular body exposed, rushed down from the slope and walked into the encirclement of the gang members. One of the black-clothed men, who seemed to be the leader, walked gloomily to Wajin, who was surrounded in the middle. He pointed a pistol at his chin and asked, "Are you the one who robbed the guests?" "Yes," Wajin happily admitted. "There are so many security guards here. You are really something. Who is your leader?" The leader continued to ask. Wajin was greeted with a disdainful smile. The leader, who was angered by this smile, instantly pulled the trigger in his hand, Pia. While the leader was stunned, Wajin retracted his head, but his teeth were biting a bullet that had lost its gunpowder, and he looked at him arrogantly. Bang! Wajin spat out the bullet and waved his hand to slap the leader. How could the leader's head withstand it? His neck was bent at a 90-degree angle, as if it was made of metal. The leader was deader than dead. This directly angered many of the black-clothed gang members. They picked up the weapons in their hands, and all kinds of guns sprayed bullets at Wajin. Occasionally, 1 or 2 rocket launchers were mixed in. Unfortunately, everything they did was useless. In the end, they were all killed by the angry Wajin like a game. Not a single one of them was left with a whole body. This chapter is not very comfortable to write. I don't know why. Chapter 44. After Wajin killed the group of ordinary people who had arrived first, the real pursuers arrived. A few strange-looking, monster-like humans appeared around Wajin. "Are you from the lunar beasts?" Wajin had obviously noticed the pursuers and asked, "Where is the goods? Where are the security guards and guests?" One of the hidden beasts asked, "I killed them." After answering, Wajin asked again, "Where is the goods?" "If you don't tell me." Before Wajin could finish speaking, a naked guy with twisted facial features and a swollen abdomen suddenly appeared behind him and punched Wajin in the face. However, the price was that the finger bones of the hand that hit Wajin were all broken and bent. "This punch is not bad." Wajin chuckled. At the same time, he threw a punch at the other party's face, shattering the other party's facial bones. The other party's facial features were completely deformed, and his eyes and teeth flew out. The latter also took advantage of the opportunity. The moment he fell to the ground, he used his telekinesis to burrow into the ground and brought Wajin's arm down with him. Bang! Wajin's entire arm was brought to the ground, and his body fell heavily to the ground. "Do you think there's no way out?" "I'll give you 2 choices." The lunar beast that had burrowed into the ground said, "Do you want to be killed by me underground or by those 3 people on the surface?" "Be ****, watch my power." Wajin was obviously enraged. He unleashed his strengthening type telekinesis. "You're the ones who have nowhere to run." Super destructive fist. The ridiculously strengthened iron fist slammed into the ground like a small comet hitting the ground. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and the splashing soil forced the other 3 lunar beasts to retreat. As for the guy underground, from the fact that his arm that was holding Wajin appeared on Wajin's body, it was obvious that he was already dead. At the same time, the spider tattoo on Wajin's body appeared in front of everyone. Who's next to die? Wajin stood in the pit he had created and looked up at the 3 people beside the pit. "You're the one who's going to die, you reckless thing." Wajin's tone angered the 3 lunar beasts. The 3 of them activated their telekinesis at the same time and attacked Wajin. "Heh, I like people who are not afraid of death the most." As he spoke, Wajin's iron fist punched toward a round and cute guy. However, the feeling in his hand was not the feeling of a fist hitting flesh. Instead, it felt like a needle was stabbing him. When he looked at the target of his attack, he found that the originally hairless body of the opponent suddenly had thin and hard hair that pierced through his fist, preventing his fist from hitting the opponent's body. "I can freely control my body hair, and I can also turn it into powerful needles." "Your punches are very powerful, but if they can't land on my body, they are useless," the round lunar beast said. "Bite." At this moment, another lunar beast attacked Wajin. Its tough teeth tore off a large piece of flesh from Wajin's shoulder. Lunar beasts are truly lunar beasts. Not only do they look like wild beasts, even their mental attacks are the same. Say Ito murmured to himself as he watched Wajin and the others fight in a place not far away from Kalapi and the others. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Wajin's body suddenly became numb and stiff. You can really hold on. My teeth have neurotoxins that can prevent you from moving freely. Your neck is not injured, so you will feel pain and fear. The drug will become stronger and stronger. Just wait for it. The lunar beast that bit off a piece of Wajin's flesh suddenly said. Another fat lunar beast that had been doing nothing suddenly appeared behind Wajin. Its tongue that looked like a worm's tail stuck out of its mouth and aimed at the wound on Wajin's shoulder. It spat out a large number of maggot-like worms. These worms rolled over and crawled into Wajin's body from the top. I have countless leeches in my body. Some could be used to heal, and some could be used to kill. The leeches I gave you will crawl into your body through your wound and finally lay eggs in your kidneys. The most exciting thing is that the newly born leeches will be excreted together with urine. Most people will die from the crazy pain at this time, the fat lunar beast stated. Just as he was about to continue his long speech, Wajin's head suddenly turned and bit down on the right side of his head. He bit off the right side of his head and directly killed the fat man. It tastes terrible, although I don't care about the taste and value of strange things, Wajin said after eating half of the head that he had bitten off. Such a terrible situation was simply unbearable for ordinary people. Fortunately, there were no ordinary people here. Why are you so surprised? Fighting people is not your specialty. As long as you can move your neck, it's enough to kill you, Wajin said to the lunar beast that had bitten the lunar beast. Wajin said to the lunar beast that had bitten him. His face was filled with killing intent. Coupled with the blood red and white teeth in his mouth, it made people shudder. Following that, Wajin suddenly opened his mouth and shot out an object that flew towards the lunar beast that had bitten him. Under the latter's obstruction, it pierced through his palm and pierced through his forehead, killing him instantly. Then, he let out an inhuman roar at the lunar beast that had been piercing his hand. Even Sei Ito, who was far away, felt that it was deafening, let alone the lunar beast that was close by. So the last lunar beast was directly killed by Wajin's roar. Until now, all the lunar beasts that were chasing after them had been killed by Wajin alone. It was obvious that the lunar beasts and the Phantom Squadron were not on the same level. While the members of the Phantom Squadron were talking over there, Kalapi finally decided to take action himself. Hey, Kalapi, what are you going to do? Kalapi's new companions asked anxiously. Of course, I'm going to catch that guy, Kalapi said without turning his head. You can't you see how powerful they are? So what? Kalapi turned his head, and his pitch-black pupils, which had changed color because of his contact lenses, stared at everyone. The astonishing pressure made them unable to speak. Not far away, the lunar beast that was supposed to be dead without a complete corpse appeared on the ground and used an unknown method to report to the distance. Before he could finish his report, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The weapon in the shadow's hand slashed down and chopped off his head. Killed the light blue favored. Obtained a lot of world power. I didn't expect there to be an unexpected gain. Sei Ito shook off the bloodstains on the blade and muttered to himself. After saying that, Sei Ito suddenly felt a special wave of psychic energy. Then, he saw Kalapi standing on the side of the hill, not far away. He stretched out his left arm and aimed at Wajin, who was still sitting there, to activate his psychic energy. In an instant, dozens of chains suddenly appeared on Wajin's body, binding his huge body so that he could not break free no matter how hard he struggled. Then, Wajin's body was carried by the chains that appeared in the void and suddenly disappeared from the eyes of the members of the Phantom Squadron. Kalapi's companions were shocked when they saw Wajin suddenly appear in Kalapi's hand. Fortunately, everyone's psychological quality was good. They immediately thought of the possible pursuers and quickly left this place. On the side, Ito Sei saw the actions of Kalapi Ka and the others and quickly followed. Chapter 45. Suddenly, a black shadow attacked Sei Ito fiercely. Sei Ito, who had been tracking the car, had no choice but to dodge the attack. At the same time, his right hand fiercely threw out two small iron balls, which hit Kalapi and the other's car. Only then did he look at the person who attacked him. "Who are you?" Seito asked in a deep voice. At the same time, Seito felt that there were several people's auras nearby, and they were confronting the few guys from the Phantom Squadron. The 10 old men's special combat unit, Lunar Beast. The Lunar Beast member who attacked Seito said. After listening to the Lunar Beast's answer, Seito knew that the other party had misunderstood. Perhaps it did not misunderstand, and just wanted to stop all the guys who were tracking Kalapi and the others. "I'm not the guy you were looking for." Seito did not want to fight a meaningless battle, so he said, "Oh, I only believe in my own judgment, so you should go back with me." The Lunar Beast sneered and said in a strange voice, "It seems that the battle is inevitable." Seito sighed. He waved his hand and pulled out a katana from the space. His left hand touched the blade, and his telekinesis was added to the blade. A colorless and transparent chi wrapped around the blade, and a trace of flame rose. When the Lunar Beast saw Seito take out a weapon, it smiled disdainfully and rushed to Seito's side. Its speed was so fast that the naked eye could hardly follow it. Fortunately, people who knew telekinesis basically did not only rely on the naked eye to lock the target in a battle. A circle similar to the defense ring was released around the body, and it could clearly capture the opponent's movements. The katana in the hand was decisively swung down. Shwa! The sound of the air breaking was instantly heard, and the two people began to fight. The two people's speed was inhuman. Their figures were like the wind on the ground, and from time to time, there would be the sound of metal clashing or the sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh. Strong waves of telekinesis collided in the air, and waves of wind blew the dust on the ground around the two people to the distance. The aftermath of the fierce battle had caused the ground around the two of them to be filled with potholes. A moment later, the two figures suddenly separated. Seito's clothes were torn in many places, and there were some minor injuries on his body. However, they were all superficial wounds, and there were no deep injuries. As for Seito's opponent, the Lunar Beast, it was in a much more miserable state. Half of its arm was already dyed red with blood and hung down powerlessly. There was not a single part of its body that was undamaged. There were several huge wounds on its body that were so huge that the bones could be seen. The most dangerous cut was on its back near its neck, where the eerie white bones were faintly discernible. "Die!" Seito muttered to himself in a low voice. He instantly disappeared from where he stood. With a puff sound, the Lunar Beast's head, which had long been disfigured beyond recognition, flew into the sky. Warm blood with sufficient internal pressure gushed out from the wound on its neck and sprayed into the sky. Seito waved his hand to get rid of the blood on his katana and followed the signal emitted by the mark he had left on the car. Your companion seemed to have failed. The chivalrous man said to the Lunar Beasts with a smile. It doesn't matter, as long as you guys stay here. The Lunar Beasts did not care about the death of their companions, and said gloomily, You guys are really confident. The chivalrous man waved his hand and pierced another metal needle into the Lunar Beast's body. Let's end this quickly, or else it won't be good if we become a joke to that unknown fellow. The chivalrous man said loudly to the members of the exploration team. Got it. Fake Tan replied. It will be done soon. Machi's voice also sounded. Okay. Little Drop's reply was always so concise. Following the reply of the members of the exploration team, their attacks suddenly changed. Machi's psychic energy instantly exploded, and threads that were originally invisible to the naked eye directly appeared in the air. He waved his hands quickly and then retracted the threads with his arms. In an instant, her opponent was dismembered into several large pieces of minced meat, and the filthy internal organs scattered all over the ground. The next person to end the battle was the chivalrous man. After placing enough metal needles to control the Lunar Beasts, the chivalrous man immediately pierced a similar metal needle into his own body. Only then did he leave the battle and stop at the side, and took out his mobile phone to operate. As he moved, The lunar beast that had numerous metal needles stuck in its body began to move in an inconceivable manner. Then it slashed at its own neck. Fei Tan was next. Fei Tan's speed suddenly exploded, and its already superhuman speed increased again. The boning knife in its hand waved continuously, and when Fei Tan stopped, cracks immediately appeared on the body of the lunar beast that was attacked. Following that, pieces of flesh and blood spurted out and flew into the air. In the end, in the situation of 4 against 1, Little Drop's opponent was captured alive. This caused Little Drop to complain. "I don't need your help." Seito followed the signal sent out by the marker. After a short distance, he finally arrived at a relatively famous hotel in Yuk Xianjin. In the hotel's parking lot, the car that was carrying Kula Pika and the others was parked there quietly. Seito walked to the side of the car, destroyed the one-time use marker on the car, and walked into the hotel. Seito, who came to the front desk and was about to ask questions, happened to see Kula Pika coming out from a corner. After carefully hiding in his blind spot, he quickly went to the exit that Kula Pika came out from. It was a private elevator that led to the basement. Without a special permit, it could not be used. Seito walked into the elevator and moved to the lowest floor that the elevator could reach. Ding! The elevator arrived at the destination. Seito quickly walked out of the elevator door and saw a slender man with a height of more than 180 centimeters, who looked like a Special Forces soldier. Nesting Jean was lying motionless on the iron bed next to him. "Who are you?" Hearing the elevator door, the man who was staring at the elevator door asked. However, the answer he got was a lightning-fast slash from Ito-sei, which severely injured him in an instant. Then, Ito-sei killed him while he was still unwilling to give up. "Are you new?" Nesting Jean looked at Seito, who walked to his side, and said calmly. "You can say so." Seito replied indifferently and waved his hand to loosen a few of the iron chains that bound him. At this time, Nesting Jin's nerves were still numbed by the strong spirit anesthetic, so Seito was not worried about this guy resisting. Seito reached out and picked up Nesting Jin, who was like a dead dog, then quickly left the hotel. Shortly after he left, the 5 members of the exploration team came to the hotel and rushed to the basement. "Nesting Jin is gone," Nobunaga said. "It seems that someone got here first." Vigilante rubbed his chin and said. Vigilante touched his chin and said. He walked to the guy who was killed by Seito and squatted on the ground to observe the wound on the body. "The other party is a good swordsman. His weapon is similar to yours, Nobunaga," Vigilante said after observing for a while, "and he might not be a Yakuza member." "Then what should we do?" Fei Tan asked. "Let's go and check the surveillance video. We can always find clues about that guy," Vigilante said as he walked out of the basement with a few members and walked toward the surveillance room. Chapter 46. Seito took the immobile with Jean and avoided the surveillance cameras. After leaving the hotel through the back door, he drove the stolen car to another hotel far away from the previous one. He brought Wajin to the top floor before stopping. "Are we not moving anymore?" Wajin asked. "No need. I was just afraid that your companions would bump into me. Now, I can deal with you in peace," Seito said as he sat opposite Wajin and rested. "Let me go, and I can consider you." "I won't kill you because you saved me," Wajin said. Your mentality is really strange. I don't know what reason I have to let you go." Seito chuckled, got up, and walked to Wajin's side. He looked down at Wajin, who was lying down. "But forget it. I'll deal with you first and leave this place. There's a very powerful guy among your companions," Seito said without waiting for Wajin to continue speaking. Then, he took out a yellow talisman paper and stuck it on Wajin's forehead as he muttered to himself quickly. "Ridiculous. Do you think you can kill me with a piece of paper? Ha 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 ha." Wajin looked at Seito's actions and laughed contemptuously. Amidst Wajin's wild laughter, Seito finished reciting the incantation. His right hand formed a seal and pointed at the talisman paper on Wajin's forehead. In an instant, a light flashed on the talisman paper, causing Wajin's laughter to stop. Then, Wajin felt that his mind was in a trance. At the same time, his mind began to fluctuate. Sensing the changes in Wajin's body, Seito instantly made his move. He quickly patted Wajin's chest, shoulders, neck, and lower abdomen. At the same time, a stream of qi was sent into Wajin's body. The mind, which was already fluctuating, immediately broke the balance with the infusion of qi and disappeared from the surface of Wajin's body. At that moment, Seito heaved a sigh of relief. He took out his katana and slashed at the dazed Wajin. Bastard! Perhaps sensing the approaching danger, the dazed Wajin actually woke up. Unfortunately, it was too late. He could only watch as the katana, which was like a toy in his eyes, slit his throat and took his life. Purple's favored one. Obtain a large amount of power of the world. The Rubik's Cube's information appeared in Ito's mind on time. This is the first time I've killed someone so troublesome. I actually used a God-sealing talisman. Ito muttered to himself. He removed the God-sealing talisman from Wajin's forehead and destroyed it with fire. He quickly left to find a new place to stay. Before he killed, had Wajin's had Ito. Chi was. From ses. Based on Ito's observation of Wajin, his will was very strong. Unless he encountered a special situation, he would not be shaken. The defense formed by Wajin's mind was almost invincible to the current Ito. If he wanted to kill Wajin, he would have to shake his will or spirit. Therefore, he had to use the yellow talisman paper, the God-sealing talisman. The so-called God-sealing talisman was a kind of talisman used in the yin-yang technique. It was usually used to treat people who were in shock or possessed by ghosts. At the same time, it had a certain sealing effect, although this effect was very useless against sealing demons. When it was used on a person's spirit, its special energy form would give the person's spirit a warm feeling. It could unknowingly make the person's spirit relax and fall into a trance. Through the fluctuation of qi caused by this moment of trance, coupled with the qi that Ito had injected into Wajin's body, Wajin's qi was directly cut off. Wajin's defense was reset to 0, and he was finally killed. Even so, Wajin's sense of crisis, which had been tempered by countless life and death experiences, almost caused Ito's plan to fail in the end. Ito, who found a new hotel to rest, looked at the world power that had increased by a small amount with satisfaction. He then entered into cultivation, ignoring the anger of the guys from the Phantom Squadron who had found Wajin's body through various methods. The next day, after a night's rest, Ito, who was full of energy, got up early. After eating the delicious breakfast provided by the hotel, he walked out of the hotel to look for new prey. The Phantom Squadron must be very angry now. Then, with their character, they will definitely look for the murderer next. The method is nothing more than using themselves as bait to lure the snake out. In this case, a place with many people is a good place to go. Ito thought as he went to the densely populated area near the city center. Soon, Ito arrived at the famous downtown area near the city center and sat down in the most famous rest area. This place was basically filled with couples who came to the city center to play and date. The dense crowd blocked people's line of sight very well. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The waiter came over and bent over to ask. "A glass of water will be fine." Ito smiled. While talking to the waiter, his eyes quickly swept through the crowd to see if there were any suspicious people. "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter also smiled back and turned to leave. Watching the waiter leave, Ito withdrew his gaze and quickly scanned the crowd again. Finally, a man and a woman at a table near the middle of the rest area caught Ito's attention. Of course, Ito was not stupid enough to directly stare at the other party to cause the other party's perception. He just swept his gaze without stopping. Sure enough, they appeared. Although they looked very urban and trendy, they didn't disguise their appearance at all. Ito turned his head to look into the distance and thought to himself, scan the surroundings with the Rubik's Cube to see the number of people favored by purple. Scan completed. With the user as the center, within a radius of 1 kilometer, there are 4 people favored by purple. 4? If I'm not wrong, they should all be Chung Yuan from the Phantom Squadron. It seems that those 2 are just the obvious ones. The 2 hidden ones are the killer. At this time, the waiter came over with a tray with a glass of ice water on it. "Sir, your water." "Thank you." Seito took the glass of water and thanked him with a smile. Then, he sipped the water and continued to wait, waiting for the opportunity that might appear at any time. This wait lasted for a few hours. It was only in the afternoon that the transfer plane appeared. However, at this time, Seito was no longer sitting there. This was because sitting there for a few hours would attract too much attention if there was no special purpose. In order to avoid any accidents, he left the rest area after sitting there for half an hour. He found a rooftop of a medium-sized building nearby and stayed there. At this time, a few people appeared in the rest area as the transfer plane. There were 3 people that Seito was very familiar with. The protagonist of this world, Xiao Gang, Kia, and his opponent in the Hunter examination, Leo. As the 21st of December approached, there was a lot of pressure recently. Chapter 47. Under Seito's gaze, Xiao Gang, Chia, and Leo chose a spot where they could see the 2 members of the exploration team, but were blocked by the crowd. The 3 of them pretended to chat as if nothing had happened, but Leo and Xiao Gang's expressions were really stiff. Perhaps the 2 members of the exploration team already knew that there was a bait. After the 2 of them paid the bill, they walked as if nothing had happened, just like ordinary people. Not far behind them, Xiao Gang and Chia used Absolute to follow behind the 2 of them, carefully tailing them. However, they did not realize that not long after they left, 2 more guys were following them. Seito saw 6 purple light spots of different shades moving in groups of 2 through the Rubik's Cube. A silent smile appeared on his face. He then got up and entered Absolute State, following behind them from afar. After more than an hour, the surrounding crowd began to become fewer and fewer. After walking for half a day, the 2 members of the exploration team finally arrived at their destination. It was an abandoned building that looked like it could collapse at any time. Xiao Gang and Chia quickly followed. However, the moment they entered, the other 2 members of the exploration team also quickly followed behind them. Seeing this, Seito decisively stopped following them and waited quietly. He did not want to go in now and turn into a mantis. Sure enough, not long after, the 3 groups of people who went in one after another came out again. However, the 3 groups of people merged into one group, and Xiao Gang and Chia became captives. "I feel that someone is still following us," Maki, one of the 4 members of the exploration team, said at this time. "Is that so? It seems that there's a strong guy following us." Parker, and I didn't even notice it. Finks, who had deep-set facial features and looked like a boxer, said. "Maybe it's an illusion," Nobinaga said at this time. "It's better to be careful." Another woman with a hot body and half of her round breasts protruded from the top of her suit said. After that, the 4 of them fell silent together with Xiao Gang and Chia. They sat in a car behind the building and began to drive in the direction of the suburbs. "Damn, there's a car," Seito muttered to himself with a frown as he watched the car drive away. Then, he resolutely followed them. He believed that with the magic cube's detection lock onto them, they absolutely wouldn't be able to escape his pursuit. Somewhere in the suburbs, there were several dilapidated buildings. A car drove in slowly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A moment later, a figure suddenly appeared outside the group of buildings and stopped to watch. Is this their hiding place? Seito looked at the dilapidated buildings in front of him with a strange feeling. After a few careful observations, he found a flaw between the 2 buildings. It's actually exactly the same. Other than the difference in position and orientation, there was no difference at all. How could there be 2 identical things in the world? An illusion? Seito touched his chin and muttered to himself. However, he really couldn't do anything about the illusion at present. Although he could release his spiritual force, it was obviously not enough to cover a large area. If he used the yin-yang technique, he didn't have any magic to break the illusion, and it would be easy to alarm the people inside. At this time, According to the information of the magic cube, the number of purple favored people had reached 9. Even if Ito was confident that in a one-on-one situation, even if he couldn't kill the members of the exploration team, he could still protect himself. However, 1 against 2 was definitely courting death, not to mention 1 against many. Forget it. Let's find a place to hide first. I don't believe that they will gather together all day. Ito finished thinking and released his spiritual perception, shuttling through the forest formed by the illusion. At this time, in the hiding place of the Phantom Squadron, because of Xiao Gang's emotions, he burst out more than 100% of his spiritual force and won the competition with Nobunaga. This almost led to an internal fight between Nobunaga and Fei Tan. Fortunately, the other members stopped them. The two of them used the rules of the exploration team. When there was a dispute, they used a coin to decide who to listen to. This resolved the dispute between the two of them. What should we do with these two? Seeing that Nobunaga and Fei Tan had resolved the conflict, Little Drop asked. If there's no problem, let them go. What do you think, Paknoda? Franklin, who was almost like Franklin in the movie, asked the prostitute Paknoda. I investigated on the way here. They really don't know the killer who uses a knife, Paknoda said. Really? Mache asked. Yes, they don't have any information about that person in their memory, Paknoda confirmed. It's rare for your sixth sense to be wrong, Nobunaga said. Strange. Mache was a little upset about his sixth sense being wrong. Since Paknoda said so, it should be right. On the other side, Kia, who was attracted by the information revealed by their conversation, asked Xiao Gang curiously. Xiao Gang, did they do anything to you on the way here? No, she just asked me a question, Xiao Gang replied affirmatively. That's true, Kia responded. He kept thinking about the information in his mind. Could it be that we were unknowingly being probed? But what did they find out? From their attitude, it's hard to believe in Paknoda's ability. It's more convincing than Mache's accurate sixth sense. What did they find out about us? He recalled Paknoda's words. They don't have any information about the killer who uses a knife in their memory. Memory? How do they know that we don't know the chain killer? Kia, who instantly reacted, recalled how Paknoda hugged his body and questioned him on the way here. He originally thought that she was guarding against him, but now he realized that there was another meaning to her actions. Could it be that she has the ability to detect memories? She just needs to touch the other person's body? If that's the case, it matches my prediction. Luckily, we don't know any killer who uses a knife. Since we're sure that they have nothing to do with a knife, let them go. It's useless for them to stay here anyway, Vigilante agreed with Franklin. A different opinion appeared. Fink's deep-set features looked at Kia and Xiao Gang as he said, it's hard to say if they have anything to do with the knife because there should be someone controlling them from behind the scenes. What if the knife killer doesn't usually carry a knife with him? Maybe they just don't know that the knife killer is their friend. Let's wait until they tell us who the mastermind is before we let them go. Even if there's a mastermind, we can't be sure that it's the knife killer. That's because the knife killer works alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have snatched the people from the chain killers group. Also, it's obvious that the guy isn't with the gang. If he was, he could have handed them over peacefully. After all, the knife killer might be the guy who killed the other lunar beast that day. Judging from his actions, he's someone who's inclined to do it himself. There's no need for him to get 2 kids to track us down. Vigilante analyzed quickly and finally said, our target is only the knife killer. Don't worry about the others. That's great, little brother. You can go home now, Phaeton said regretfully. Xiao Gang made a face at him and stuck out his tongue. He didn't have any sense of danger or awareness that he was in the enemy's camp. We can't let him go back. At this time, Nobunaga, who had been sitting on the side without saying anything, raised his eyelids slightly and said with a gloomy face, Kid, join the exploration team. Partner with me. No, Xiao Gang firmly refused without thinking. I'd rather die than live with you. Haha, are we that annoying? Nobunaga chuckled and said to Xiao Gang, you're from the strengthening class, right? So what? Xiao Gang said angrily. Ha, you're right. Nobunaga laughed while the others were confused. Then he said to the other members, hey, leave them here and wait for the leader to come back. I want to recommend him to join the exploration team. Are you serious? Finks was surprised. The leader won't agree, Phaeton said. It's up to you. I don't care if they escape. You're responsible. After that, the others left the hiding place one after another, leaving only Nobunaga sitting there motionless. Xiao Gang and Kia also sat down quietly by the door. The opportunity is here. On the other side, Sei Ito, who was hiding in a dilapidated building, looked at the Rubik's Cube showing 3 purple dots, 2 dark and 1 light. He knew that the opportunity he was waiting for had finally arrived. Please vote. Please collect. Chapter 48. Sei Ito activated Absolute to the maximum and quickly rushed toward the location of the 3 purple dots. Soon, Sei Ito came to the building where the 3 purple dots were hiding and quickly slid down the wall toward the room where they were. A moment later, he jumped in through the windowless window. Bada! A soft sound was almost inaudible, but it was still clear in this empty corridor. Sei Ito squatted in place and waited carefully for a moment. Then, he carefully entered the room where the 3 people were and waited with both hands on the door. Not long after, the 3 streams of psychic chi burst out. After less than a minute, 2 of the weaker streams of psychic chi suddenly separated and rushed toward the walls on the left and right. Finally, they disappeared. The last big Nikki still stayed in place and didn't know what it was doing. Now, Sei Ito took advantage of the time after the 2 Nikki burst out and fiercely exerted force with both hands. The wall couldn't hold the door for a long time, and Sei Ito's external force shot toward Nobunaga, who had been standing there. Behind the door, Sei Ito didn't immediately follow. Instead, he took out his Bushido and rushed forward. At the moment when he rushed up, the broken door finally completed its mission. Under Nobunaga's fast slash, the door was broken into pieces of wood, flying. Ito's eyes sword light quickly cut through the gaps between the pieces of wood, quickly cutting towards Nobunaga. 2 silver katana flashed in the darkness, and then there was a soft ding sound. The 2 people's weapons collided with each other, and then the 2 people quickly attacked. The continuous ding-ding sound echoed through the room, causing a series of sparks in the dark room. It's you. You're the killer who killed Wajin. Nobunaga shouted angrily while fighting back. You're talking about that big guy? If it's him, then it's him. Sei Ito quickly attacked. At the same time, he replied and used a contemptuous tone to stimulate Nobunaga's nerves. We haven't looked for you yet, and you've delivered yourself to our door. Then you can go to hell. Nobunaga roared, and the katana in his hand turned into a phantom, sweeping Sei Ito's body like a curtain, leaving him nowhere to hide. It's because I know you're looking for me that I appeared. I'm going to send you one by one to see that guy. Sei Ito's tone didn't change as he waved the katana in his hand and blocked all the attacks around him. Ha! This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Nobunaga raised his head and laughed. His hand still didn't stop moving. He was completely unaffected by his laughter. Whether it's funny or not, you'll find out. The katana in his hand, the katana in his hand, the scabbard in his hand, the scabbard in front of the opposite him. Bang! The katana hit the scabbard and shattered Sei Ito's scabbard. At this time, Sei Ito took this opportunity to rush through Nobunaga's katana and cut Nobunaga's body. Puff! Blood splashed out, and then another katana flashed, and Sei Ito's body was also cut. Do you think you can defeat me with such a little trick? It's ridiculous. Nobunaga took a step back and looked at Sei Ito contemptuously. Sei Ito also stepped back a little, holding the katana in his hand, and looked at Nobunaga with an indifferent smile. With a wave of his hand, another item suddenly appeared in Ito-sei's hand and shot towards Nobunaga in front of his narrowed pupils. Next, Sei Ito continued to take out some inexplicable items, such as iron, garbage, wood, food, and some soil. All kinds of items were constantly thrown at Nobunaga by Sei Ito, and then in Nobunaga's defense, he took advantage of the fleeting loopholes and cut. Of course, Sei Ito didn't have an easy time, and he was always injured by Nobunaga's counterattacks. Fortunately, Sei Ito cleverly avoided the vital parts, and they looked terrible, but in fact they were all flesh wounds and didn't hurt the muscles or bones. Despicable guy. Nobunaga's eyes were red with anger, and it was the first time he encountered such a sullen fight. First of all, the location was not good for him, and in the narrow defense, there was basically no place to dodge, and the two could only meet force with force. But behind him was a wall, and behind Sei Ito was a wide corridor. Then, Sei Ito could always take out some inexplicable items to attack him. Although some of them were not a threat at all, some of them were very powerful when thrown by Sei Ito. This forced Nobunaga to take out his hands to defend, but there was always a moment of weakness in the transition from defense to attack, and Sei Ito would take advantage of it and attack him fiercely. Have you noticed that your whole body is a little soft? Sei Ito said calmly. The wounds on his body had already been sealed by his telekinesis, and not much blood flowed out. And you used poison. Nobunaga listened to Sei Ito's words, and after a little sensing, his face changed and said, "Yes, do you really think I threw those things just to exchange injuries with you to see who dies first?" Sei Ito smiled coldly. "Some of those things were added, so you should just obediently accept your death." As he said that, he took advantage of an opening to slash Nobunaga's body, and at the same time, another wound appeared on his body. "Ha ha, it's not that easy to kill me," Nobunaga said as he slammed backward and concentrated his chi on his back, smashing a big hole in the wall behind him. Seeing this, Sei Ito quickly followed, and at the same time, threw the items in his hand to delay Nobunaga's movement speed. Just like this, the two of them, one chasing and one escaping, injured each other. Finally, in the ruins, Nobunaga, who was poisoned and had lost a lot of blood, stopped here and panted violently. "There is one thing I don't understand. Why are you chasing us?" Nobunaga looked at Sei Ito and said in a deep voice. "You won't understand the reason even if I tell you," Sei Ito said. "Since you don't want to say it, then forget it. Let's fight to the end." As Nobunaga said that, he released all the chi in his body and concentrated it on his sword, assuming a sword-drawing posture. Sword-drawing slash. Sei Ito looked at Nobunaga's posture and frowned. Sword-drawing slash was a very ordinary but very famous move. It used the extreme speed at the moment of drawing the sword to cause damage. A powerful sword-drawing expert's instantaneous speed could even shatter a bullet. This was only the sword-drawing technique of an ordinary person. In this world full of inhumans, who knew how fast this sword-drawing technique could reach with the support of chi. "Why are you afraid?" Nobunaga continued to attack Sei Ito's momentum. This was his last move. He used all means to attack his opponent's spirit in order to obtain a chance of survival. Although Nobunaga might not understand this, this was what he did. What a good move to decide the outcome. Although Sei Ito also knew that this was Nobunaga's provocation, he still accepted it. He didn't want to leave a flaw in his spiritual level that would make him afraid of being defeated by others in the future. Sei Ito also released all the chi in his body. Chi, spiritual power, and chi. After the three converged into one, the total amount of chi after the explosion instantly overwhelmed the momentum of Nobunaga's chi. Nobunaga's face showed an expression of disbelief. Then Sei Ito also assumed a sword-drawing posture. As a well-known move in Japan, almost every swordsmanship inheritance had this move. The two of them looked at each other with serious expressions until a gust of night wind blew the dust on the ground. Sword-drawing slash. The two of them shouted at the same time. The dazzling light disappeared in an instant, and the place where the two of them were once again returned to silence. Nobunaga looked at Sei Ito opposite him and said, "I lost." Nobunaga had already assumed a sword-drawing posture. Then a line of blood appeared on Nobunaga's face from his forehead. In an instant, it covered his entire upper body, and his body was split in half. The sword in his hand and the building behind him instantly turned into powder and dissipated into the air, turning into a cloud of dust. At this time, Ito, who had been in a sword-drawing posture, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body half knelt on the ground, and the sword in his hand also turned into powder. His right hand holding the sword was badly mutilated, and even his arm was covered in wounds and bleeding. With his trembling left hand, he took out a rejuvenation talisman and gave himself a simple treatment to stop the bleeding. Then he took out a bandage and wrapped it around his right arm and palm. A large number of rejuvenation talismans were stuck in the bandage. After doing all this, Ito struggled to get up and dragged his empty body away from the forest. Chapter 49. Dragging his heavy body, Ito stumbled outside. From time to time, he would take out a rejuvenation talisman to heal the surface injuries on his body. As for the serious injury on his arm, the bandage made from the rejuvenation talisman could only heal it as much as possible, but the effect wasn't very good. He needed to find a place to heal it as soon as possible. Fortunately, the injuries on his body could be healed by the rejuvenation talisman. After a few talismans, Ito's movements finally sped up. He quickly approached a populated area, grabbed a car parked on the side of the road, and drove towards the hotel in the city center. After quickly returning to the hotel, Ito hurriedly locked the door and sat down cross-legged. The weak chi in his body began to circulate, cleaning up the internal injuries in his body. At the same time, his spirit force became lively and quickly gathered on his injured right arm. The gentle spirit force nourished his injured right arm, and the bandage made from the rejuvenation talisman quickly healed his arm. Under the influence of his subconscious mind, the last bit of his psychic chi turned into a strengthening effect, restoring his body. Under this three-pronged treatment, Ito's injuries were recovering at a visible rate. The bandaged hand also began to emit a fluorescent light. However, this consumption of chi was a huge burden on Ito's mind. When the injuries in his body were almost healed, Ito's face paled. He fell to the ground and directly fell asleep. Unbeknownst to Ito, the magic cube that had been hidden in his body suddenly floated above his body. The silver light suddenly spread out and enveloped Ito's body. Faint fluctuations would occasionally tremble. If Ito was still awake, he would definitely know that the fluctuations represented the world force that he had been painstakingly collecting. The night passed in Ito's deep sleep. When he was about to wake up, the Rubik's Cube that had been enveloping Ito's body quietly withdrew its light and returned to his body. Okay, Ito got up and shook his head, which was still a little groggy, before he began to check his condition. What's going on? I think I've broken through. Ito frowned as he sensed the condition of his body. His exhausted chi, spirit force, and had all been recovered. Moreover, he was even stronger than before. His mental force had also become a lot more condensed. It was as if it had been refined into a small white mist in his mind. The injury on his right hand had long since healed. The torn bandages were scattered all over the ground, and the dried blood stains were irritating to the eyes. Ito could only get up and walk to the bathroom to wash up. After that, he turned on his computer to check what happened last night. What entered his eyes was a long report about the attack on the Mafia auction, as well as the various casualties and losses of the hotel's property. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the headline on the front page. It was the news of the members of the exploration team being beheaded. All dead? The exploration teams are really good at escaping. Ito did not believe the death reports on the news at all. If an exploration team could die so easily, and so many people died at once, then they would not be an exploration team. He closed the information on the computer, got up, and walked to the window of the room's balcony. He looked at the dilapidated building on the ground, and the gang members who had almost disappeared from the streets. They should have found Nobunaga's body by now, right? I wonder how they'll react to this. I'm curious. Bastard, this assassin is too savage. He actually came to our base and killed Nobunaga. I must find him and twist his head off. Finks scolded angrily. That would be letting him off too easily. When the time comes, I will break his bones one by one, starting from his fingers, and peel off his skin under his nose. Finally, I will kill him bit by bit, Phaeton said coldly with a murderous aura. Okay, let's think about how to find this guy first, Vigilante said. Take a look at this first, Captain Quolo suddenly said. The other members all looked at the captain in surprise. Vigilante, who was closest to the captain, reached out and took the index from the captain's hand. An important part of the calendar is missing. The forgotten month will be a grand condolence. Under the music of the orchestra dressed in mourning clothes, the moon of November of the lunar calendar moves steadily. Chrysanthemums and leaves wither together, lying next to the bloody outsider. The red-eyed avenger is still walking, and the playboy is staring at your back. Only half of your companions are left, and your superior position is still standing. Enjoy this rest time and go find new companions. When you set off, head east, and you will definitely meet the people waiting for you. This is a 100% accurate prediction ability in the form of a poem. I stole it from that girl, and this is the result of my divination. That girl did not know anything about the nest in gold, but even our attack on the Black Hand auction was predicted by her. I heard that some of the 10 old men supported her, the captain said at this time. I see. I'm beginning to understand. About Nobunaga, was it a divination? Little Drop asked. Since it's called Automatic Note, I don't know the content. You should ask Vigilante, the captain said. The Buin is composed of 4 to 5 paragraphs of poems, and it predicts what will happen every week of the month. How is it, Vigilante? Next week, a few more people may die, Vigilante said. Not to mention the discussion of the prophecy poem by the members of the exploration team. Time quickly entered the night. The sky was still clear in the morning, but at night it welcomed a drizzle. The rain of Ukexin gold. I remember that something happened. Itingxing looked at the drizzle outside the window, frowning in deep thought. He felt like he had forgotten something. Check the number of purple favored in Ukexin gold with the Rubik's Cube. Seito, who really couldn't remember, could only use a stupid method to find the answer. If something happened, it must be the plot. Since it was the plot, then those guys should be involved, and they were basically all purple favored. As long as he found their location and followed them, he would know. Detection complete. Within 1 kilometer of the user, there are no purple favored. Within 5 kilometers of the user, there are 10 purple favored. The information from the Rubik's Cube quickly appeared in his mind, and the heads of the people who were recorded in the purple light spots were marked. Sure enough, something happened. Seito confirmed that there was no problem with his memory and continued to order, "Show me their location." As soon as he finished speaking, a city map appeared in Seito's mind. With the green representing Seito as the center line, it was divided into 2 areas, deep and shallow, with a range of 1 kilometer and a range of 5 kilometers. Within the range of 5 kilometers, 3 purple light spots representing Shaogang, Kalapika, and Leo were gathered together, moving slowly. Another wave of purple and blue light spots gathered together. The purple light spots represented Kia, and the 2 of them almost didn't move. In the last place, 6 purple light spots gathered together. 2 of the light spots represented Maki and Park Norda, and the 6 of them moved quickly. It seems that the exploration team and Shao Gang had a confrontation. No matter what, I should go there and take a look and then decide what to do next based on the situation. After making up his mind, Seito quickly left the room and quickly moved forward according to the map in his mind. Mending the ants, he found that with the current protagonist's progress, it seemed like he was sending himself to death. Chapter 50. When Seito rushed to the area where the purple light spots were concentrated, the light spots began to change. First, 1 blue and 1 purple light representing Chia, and the other 3 purple light representing Kalapika and Shaojang converged. The 6 purple light dots then split into 2 groups of 3, and each group of 3 people continued to move forward. Maki and Park Norda each went into a group. After that, The three light spots representing Little Gang, Kia, and Kalapika collided with the three light spots representing Maki. When the two light spots representing Little Gang and Kia mixed in the other three light spots, all the changes ended. This is taking the initiative to be captured in exchange for Kalapika not to be discovered. Saito guessed as he looked at the changes in his mind. At the same time, he continued to move forward quickly. In the end, when almost all the light spots converged somewhere, Sei finally arrived not far from them. Saito activated Saito and quickly shuttled through the crowd to the door of the building where the few of them were. He followed the service staff to the side hall. Saito quickly knocked the service staff out and changed into his clothes. Then, he reappeared in the hall and observed the movements of the few of them. Next to the empty pillar in the center of the hall, Little Drip, Maki, and Kalapika stood on one side. Little Gang and Kia were held by Maki with their hands behind their backs. Not far from them, Leo, who was dressed in a suit, suddenly yelled at the phone on the sofa not far from them. He looked flustered and exasperated. Obviously, his yelling successfully attracted the attention of Kalapika and the others. Leo made a fierce face, his eyes sharp as he shouted at Kololo. What are you looking at? Do you want to fight? Seeing that the few members of the exploration team did not do anything to him, Leo yelled at the few people behind him who looked dissatisfied. It was only when no one dared to look at him that he continued to yell at the phone. In fact, he was sending a message to Xiao Gang and Chia. It's all because an idiot like you provoked those minions that my road ahead is now pitch black. Dazzling Sand only has one chance, do you know that? You know what will happen if you fail. Listen up. If you come to the hotel before 7 o'clock sharp, you'll be fired. Effective immediately. After saying that, he hung up the phone as if it was true. He picked up the newspaper and started reading again. One of his legs was swinging back and forth to hide the excitement in Leo's puppet. 7 o'clock, if possible. Sei also heard Leo's words and guessed the general meaning. He looked at the clock on the table and the three people standing there and thought to himself, time passed in the blink of an eye. When there were only 5 minutes left to 7 o'clock, the other three members of the exploration team appeared in the hall and met up with Klulo and the other two. One of them was Paknoda, who could examine memories. None of the three new arrivals liked to talk. They just stood silently beside Ku Luoluo, quietly waiting for his instructions. Just now, I sent you Moonlight Child. There's only 1 minute left for this week's program. Leo reported on the radio in front of him. It's the last minute. Sei carefully moved closer to the members of the exploration team and released his mental strength. He formed a circle with a radius of about 2 meters around his body, in case the light suddenly disappeared and affected his vision. Beep, beep. The clock rang at 7 o'clock sharp. The originally bright hall instantly turned dark, and everyone's vision was blocked at this moment. In the darkness, Saito, Little Gang, and Kia, who had been waiting, attacked together. However, Little Gang and Kia were trying to escape, while Saito was trying to kill one of them to collect the world's power. Saito's target was Little Drop, who had been standing alone at the side. Little Drop was a little girl with round, boundless eyes and a curly aura. She was usually quiet. Even when she was on a mission, she didn't have the excitement of killing like the other members. It was as if she didn't have the interest that humans should have. Therefore, Little Droplet would usually unconsciously separate himself from the other members and stand alone on the side. However, if you ignored her because of this, she would definitely make you lose your life. Saito was very fast. The dagger in his hand didn't shine at all in the darkness as he silently stabbed towards Little Drop. Under the stimulation of the imminent fatal danger, Little Drop didn't rely on her eyes to instinctively dodge Saito's attack. She didn't know when the protruding fish eye appeared in her hand, but she swung it in the direction of the attack. However, she didn't feel like she had touched anything. Little Drop withdrew her protruding fish eye and carefully guarded herself. At this time, just a second had passed. Saito saw that he couldn't do anything and immediately pulled back, disappearing from the dark hall in a few flashes. After another 2 or 3 seconds, the hall regained its light. Little Drop, why did you take out your protruding fisheye? Parknord asked in surprise. Someone attacked me in the darkness just now. It felt like the opponent was using a weapon. Little Drop said calmly. But where's the leader? Little Drop's words immediately attracted the attention of the others. The remaining 5 members stared blankly at their leader's figure that had completely disappeared. What a high alertness. What a fast reaction. What a powerful fighting instinct. Outside the hotel, Ito-sei, who had changed back to his own clothes, murmured to himself. At the same time, he made up his mind that he had to master the method of restraining his murderous aura as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he carried out an assassination against those who were experienced and powerful, a little bit of murderous aura might arouse their vigilance and cause them to launch a fierce counterattack. This would cause him to lose an excellent opportunity, such as this assassination attempt on Little Drop. Sei Ito, who knew that he wouldn't have a chance to appear tonight, leisurely returned to his hotel to prepare for the real auction tomorrow. During the night, Sei Ito was basically practicing how to release and restrain his killing intent in order to meet his requirements. He would only release his killing intent when his attack landed on the opponent. Just like that, the night passed quietly. The next day, the sunlight shone through the glass on Sei Ito's face as he rested on the bed. His relaxed expression made Sei Ito look much gentler. He rolled out of bed and changed into a suit prepared by the hotel. Sei Ito instantly changed the feeling that he gave off. He went from a little boy to a professional elite. He tidied up his appearance in front of the mirror and got into the car that the hotel had arranged for him to drive to the Yuk Exingene auction house. Along the way, he could see all sorts of successful people in luxurious clothes, sitting in expensive cars heading to the auction house. The speed of the car wasn't slow, and the traffic was specially arranged for today, so he quickly arrived at the entrance of the auction house. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw all the successful people in groups of 2 or 3, or with their wives and daughters, or surrounded by bodyguards walking towards the auction house. Sei Ito, who was alone, was so different. Fortunately, Sei Ito didn't care about this. He chuckled and tidied up his clothes, then stepped through the door. He was led by a receptionist who was wearing revealing clothes, but not obscene clothes, to the auction house. He came to the seats in the hall provided for the auction house. Under the huge crystal chandelier, high-back chairs were placed in rows. The hardwood materials and red leather jackets were luxurious. At the front of the chairs was the front desk. The front desk was more than 1 meter above the ground. It wasn't too high, but it allowed all the auctioneers to see the auction items without being blocked by the chairs or the crowd. At the same time, it also allowed the auctioneer to clearly see the auctioneer's hand gestures when they bid. As the crowd arrived one after another, the hall was filled with people in the blink of an eye. Even the VIP rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors were almost full. At this time, the annual Yuk Exingene auction finally opened. What a bug in the system. Chapter 51. Yuk Exingene Auction. I'm the host of this auction. My name is Lloyd Hart. At this moment, a well-dressed, middle-aged man came to the front desk and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I believe everyone is not in a hurry. Next, please look at the first auction item. This is a fossil of the dung of a Nile Asian dragon. The starting price is 100,000 rings. Each increment must be no less than 10,000. As the auctioneer spoke, the service lady next to him walked up with a tray. On the tray, there was an object that looked like a rock, but wasn't. Number 50, 110,000. Number 72, 120,000. Number 71, congratulations to VIP number 88. The dung of a Nile Asian dragon belongs to you." The auctioneer made the final decision. Next, the second auction item, a relic of the Sufi dynasty. After a few more rounds of auctions, there were all kinds of items being auctioned. There were all kinds of things being auctioned. Sei Ito also participated in a few rounds of auction and sold a few pieces of exquisite jewelry. He was going to find an opportunity to give them to his mother and sisters. Among them, Ito won an item that he got himself. It was a famous sword that was similar to a katana. The workmanship was fine, exquisite, and practical. The next auction item is an item from the ruins of the Crocodile Dynasty. The material is unknown. It is very sturdy and has a strange energy. The starting price is 5 million rings. At this moment, the service lady brought up another tray. On the tray was an object that was the size of an adult's fist. It was dark blue and had fluorescent embellishments. Then, the service lady picked up the hammer on the tray and smashed it hard. A layer of iron shavings fell off the hammer, and the stone was not damaged at all. At this moment, everyone believed the auctioneer's words and started bidding. In the crowd, Ito stared at the item the moment it appeared. His face was full of disbelief. This was because the stone in Tengxing contained a large amount of world power. Its color was so dark that it was almost black. Even the Rubik's Cube in his body was a little restless. Get it, I must get it. At this moment, Ito had no other thoughts in his mind. At the same time, he continued to compete with the other bidders. No matter how much the other party offered, he would double it. In the end, everyone realized how crazy Tengxing was. He only managed to get the item when it was sold for 2 billion rings. Although he was eager to get his hands on it, he knew that now was not the time. He could only suppress the eagerness in his heart and continue participating in the auction. However, the following items were no longer attractive to Ito. Even the appearance of the avaricious continent game console did not slow him down. Finally, the auction came to an end with the final hammer of the auctioneer's hammer. Ito quickly got up, went to the item exchange counter, and happily paid for his items. The moment that the stone entered his hand, Ito felt a comfortable feeling wash over him. He could clearly feel the power of the world gathering around him as it was absorbed by the magic cube. Ito kept the stone and asked the attendant, "Is the auctioneer who knows about this item still around? I want to see him." "I'm sorry, sir. We have a rule that we can't disclose the information of the auctioneer." "I'm sorry." The attendant showed an apologetic expression and bowed his head. "Is that so? Forget it." Ito nodded. He didn't expect to see the auctioneer, so he happily left the item exchange counter and returned to the hotel. After returning to the hotel room, Ito took out the item he got from the auction again. At this time, something unexpected happened. The magic cube that had been in his body suddenly appeared in front of Tengxing and burst out with a dazzling silver light, covering the stone in Ito's hand in an instant. Then, the stone burst into a brilliant dark blue fluorescence under the silver light. Under the silver light, the entire room was illuminated like an ocean world. After the blue light appeared, the stone in Ito's hand suddenly floated up and slowly rotated. As it rotated, layers of liquid-like things emerged from the surface of the stone and converged into a stream that flew into the magic cube. It was like a stream returning to the sea. This continued for more than 10 minutes before the stone completely turned into liquid and disappeared into the magic cube. The magic cube also seemed to be full. The silver light trembled a bit before it disappeared into Ito's body. Ito watched the magic cube return to his body and quickly sensed the magic cube. He found that in addition to the space that was made into a storage space, there was a small that was invisible to the naked eye in the middle of the magic cube. Although Ito didn't see any changes to the magic cube, he could still sense that there was a strange thing in the middle of the magic cube. Ito didn't know what new changes this would bring. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He could only let go of his worries. At least he didn't feel any harm. Ito resensed the energy storage in the magic cube and found that the 10 columns on the magic cube's energy meter had increased by more than 1 column. In addition to the world power that Ito had gathered, the energy meter had increased to 5 columns and was close to 6 columns. Although he had asked the magic cube what would happen after the 10 columns were filled, he didn't get an answer. However, he had a feeling that the magic cube would undergo a new change after the 10 columns were filled. What was that stone just now? Seito asked the magic cube in his mind. A fragment of the world crystal wall. What do you mean? Seito frowned. Why was the world crystal wall involved? How could it be so easy to break? Insufficient information. User needs to explore it on his own. Bastard. Seito cursed silently. This matter could be big or small. If it was big, it would mean that the hunter's world was deeper than he had imagined. Right now, he felt that he could be one of the top experts in the hunter's world. However, if there really was something like a broken world, regardless of whether it was a person or an item, then his strength was nothing. If it was small, it would be simple. This was probably the only thing that fell from the outer world into this world. So now that everything was unclear, Seito didn't know what to do. Right, the ruins of Lalakta. Since this thing appeared there, then I should be able to find some clues from the ruins. It would be great if I could find this thing. Seito's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of this. After thinking about it, Seito quickly turned on the computer and started searching for information about the ruins of Lalakta. It was easy to find information on the internet. Seito learned from the information. The ruins of Lalakta were about 5,300 years old in the NGL Republic. Because the ruins were huge, there were still parts of the ruins that had not been fully explored. However, from the ruins that had been explored, the glory of the Lalakta civilization was known, especially some of the murals in the ruins. Although the contents were inexplicable to most scholars, the craftsmanship was exquisite. Even after such a long time, the colors were still clear and could be understood at a glance. Many tools and masterpieces of civilization had been unearthed. However, most of the unearthed tools were still strange in shape and unknown in function. Of course, some documents were also unearthed. Because the hunter's world's language had been passed down for a long time, it was not too troublesome to decipher them. They were now kept in a secret room in the NGL Republic's Great Library. Without special permission, they could not be viewed. After roughly understanding some information about the ruins of Lalakta, Seito prepared to set off for exploration. His first stop was the NGL Republic's Great Library. If possible, it would be better to check the documents first. As for the Greed Continent, Seito really didn't understand the kind of game and had no confidence in it. Moreover, compared to what the ruins of Lalakta might bring him, the Greed Continent was really insignificant. After making up his mind, Seito booked an airship ticket to the NGL Republic in 2 days. Chapter 52. A few days later, Seito finally arrived at the capital of the NGL Republic. After booking a simple hotel to rest, Seito went to the library early the next morning. He took out his hunter license that he barely used and obtained special permission. Then, he went to the basement of the library with Officer Guan to look at some secret documents. Is Rokata's document here too? Seito asked as he looked at the densely packed documents in the basement, as well as the items and coffins arranged in rows. It's here, but you need special permission from His Majesty to view it, Officer Guan said with a smile. Oh, is Rokata's document so troublesome? Seito was a little surprised. Was it necessary? Other ruins didn't have such troublesome approval, except for the famous royal tomb. Could it be that Rokata's ruin was close to that level? Seito's interest was piqued. Yes, I'm not sure about the details, but you need the king's personal approval to view the document. Officer Guan nodded. He was also a little confused, but he knew not to ask what he shouldn't ask, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Then I can look at the general information about Rokata, right? Seito asked again. Of course, please follow me. Officer Guan nodded with a smile and extended his hand to show Seito the way through the documents. Soon, they arrived in front of a relatively bare bookshelf. Officer Guan said to Seito, "It's here. This row of documents is related to Rokata's ruin." "Oh, thank you. Can I view it from here?" Seito asked as he carefully looked at the bookshelf in front of him. "Of course, but please take care of the documents. Please be gentle when you take them out." Officer Guan nodded. Hunters had a lot of privileges. Most people would have to apply if they wanted to view it from here. It would be good if they could come down in half a month, and That was under the condition that they had a guarantee. Without a guarantee, they weren't famous, so they couldn't expect to find this secret document for the rest of their lives. The officer turned around and left. Seito didn't stand on ceremony. He took the slide and climbed up. He picked up the document on the top and started reading it. No one knew how much time had passed in the secret underground chamber. By the time Seito finished reading all the information about the ruins of Lalakta, a few days had already passed. Seito got up and moved his stiff body. He sighed regretfully. Although there was a lot of information, there wasn't much that Seito was interested in. Most of it was just a detailed record of the discovery. Although there were pictures of some items interspersed in it, the content and items that could arouse Ito Seiji's interest were not here. However, he knew that it was probably the information in the other secret vault. Seito looked around and saw that there was no one around. Check with the magic cube and see if there are any secret rooms around us. As soon as he finished speaking, a ripple shook the void, splashing some of the accumulated dust and spreading it into the distance. A moment later, the magic cube's information appeared in his mind. There's another secret room 30 meters to the left and about 15 meters down. That's quite secretive. After Seito received the information, he muttered to himself. After walking about 10 meters to the left, he found that he had reached a wall and couldn't go any further. Looks like there's another path to that side. It's not good to peek. In the end, I still have to check the ruins myself. He was a little disappointed. He sighed and turned to leave. Sir Hunter, have you finished reading the information? The officer appeared at the right time and asked Seito. Yes, I've checked everything that can be checked. In the end, I still have to go to the ruins to take a look. Seito didn't hide anything. There was nothing to hide anyway. I see. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait a few days. I heard that a group of archaeologists will be heading to the ruins of Lalakta soon, the officer said. Forget it. I prefer to be alone. Seito flatly refused. Then, he chatted with the officer for a while and left the library under the officer's escort. The ruins of Lalakta were located in the Arya Forest of the NGO Republic. The Arya Forest was a dangerous place with all kinds of magical beasts and swamps. People often went missing or died in the Arya Forest. Seito relied on his skills and boldness. With the thought that the Arya Forest was not as dangerous as the Lost Beauty wetlands, he simply bought some food and camping equipment and set off for the ruins of Lalakta. In the forest, Seito went at full speed, completely ignoring the swamps. As for the ferocious beasts, they chose to take a detour under Seito's murderous aura. Even if there were one or two foolish magical beasts that came forward, they would be killed one by Seito's newly auctioned famed sword. After Seito left, the corpses that were left behind became delicacies that other animals fought over. According to the map in his memory, Seito arrived at the location of the ruins of Lalakta around evening. Piles of broken stone buildings began to appear on Seito's path. Seito looked at the sky and took out a tent from his dimensional storage. After eating something, he finally had the time to look at the relief carvings on the surrounding buildings. The contents of the relief carvings were no different from those on ordinary ruins. It was nothing more than the images of totems or magical beasts worshipped by various civilizations. Coupled with some strange plants and patterns, it formed the unique carvings of that civilization. Seito observed along the way. After finding nothing worthy of his attention, he returned to his tent and began to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Seito put away his equipment and extinguished the flames to prevent a fire from breaking out. He then began to walk along the gradually appearing stone path to the interior of the ruins. After a short time, Seito finally arrived at the entrance of the ruins. The huge door that was as tall as 3 people was half opened in front of Seito's eyes. The pitch-black passage behind the door was like a big mouth that was choosing people to devour, causing them to tremble. Seito held the famous sword in his hand, expanded his mental strength, and walked in. First, it was a long passage. On the walls on both sides were simple drawings of totems. After walking halfway, the drawings began to change. The general content was some content of people's livelihood and sacrifice. The hunting group carried the prey back to the tribe. The patriarch led the tribe to a sacrificial altar made of bones to bleed, and then offered their skills to the existence they worshipped. The murals here depicted the existence being worshipped as a monster with devil horns, black skin, red eyes, sharp teeth, and an arrow tail. It was as tall as 4 or 5 people. This is a devil, Ito thought to himself in surprise. Although there were similar drawings in other ruins, they were not as realistic as Rockadat's depiction of the devil. The other ruins were all painted in an abstract style. Could it be that Rockadat's people have seen devils before? Doesn't that mean devils have appeared in the hunter's world before? Itanching was shocked by his own deduction. Or devils. They were creatures whose combat strength was second only to gods in various myths and legends. The powerful devils were even more powerful than gods. If that's the case, then the world barrier fragment might not be a coincidence. Ito's heart was heavy as he continued walking. The end of the mural suddenly changed. It was as if it had suddenly changed into another world. That world was filled with magical beasts, and all kinds of strange species were everywhere. There were giant ants the size of humans, tall devils, violent magical beasts, and towering trees, and so on. What's this? Ito was also confused by the sudden change. He frowned in confusion. Why does it feel like a different world? Ito could only keep his thoughts to himself and continue walking deeper. Soon, he reached the end of the passage. Ito still did not understand the meaning of the murals. He turned around and began to explore the other buildings in the ruins. The hunter was ready to scam. Ants and outer world. If it's too much of a scam, I'll make up for it later. Chapter 53. After going around in circles, Ito walked through the unexplored parts of Lalakta. Apart from those strange murals, he didn't find anything of value. Of course, Ito didn't expect to find anything. After all, there must be professional treasure hunters among those who explore the ruins. With their methods, it would be too easy for them to clean up an entire ruin. Further ahead was the unexplored part of the ruins. Ito gathered his thoughts and carefully walked in. At first, just like the ruins before him, there were strange murals and collapsed buildings. However, after passing through a doorway, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire ruin. Even Ito felt a little uncomfortable. As he went deeper, the oppressive atmosphere suddenly changed. It was like a furious person. The violent pressure and cold, killing intent filled the entire ruin. Ito had to release his psychic force to resist it. However, it was like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure. After walking a long distance, even Ito felt that he couldn't take it anymore. A layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. I was wondering why those hunters didn't explore the remaining part of the ruins. It's not that they didn't explore it, it's that they couldn't explore it. Ito thought to himself. With his current psychic force level, he could be considered one of the best in the world of hunters. He wasn't inferior to some 2-star hunters. Even with his ability, he was already like this, let alone the other hunters. Moreover, those hunters wouldn't be interested in this place. Ito withstood the pressure and continued walking. A palm-sized object appeared in his hand. After walking for a while, even Ito couldn't take it anymore. Ito activated the object in his hand. A transparent glass-like barrier spread out from the object and enveloped Ito. A hexagram pattern spun in Ito's hand. Yin-yang technique, Vajra barrier. That was the name of the barrier. The item in his hand was a foundation stone that Ito had prepared using a special method. This was something that Ito made in his spare time as a precaution. It was troublesome to make, and finished products were rare. After all, it was not a position-type barrier. Making a cornerstone like this was quite complicated, so Ito only had one finished product and a few half-finished products. With the protection of the enchantment, Ito felt that the pressure was reduced a lot, and he walked a little further. Perhaps Ito had triggered something, or perhaps Ito had reached a certain limit, but the murderous intent and pressure that had no effect on Ito suddenly changed. An indescribable ghost-like howl echoed in the ruins, piercing straight into one's heart and causing Ito's mind to become restless. At the same time, he felt as if something had come out from the depths of the ruins. It was watching Ito's every move from the depths of the ruins. Ito could not afford to be careless. He was afraid that if he moved, he would trigger a tsunami-like attack. Just like that, Ito was in a deadlock with the existence in the depths of the ruins. Time slowly passed. The cornerstone in his hand began to flicker with light. A slight cracking sound came from the cornerstone. Tongqing knew that the cornerstone had reached its limit. Ito took a deep breath and gently took half a step back. Who would have thought that as soon as Ito moved, countless ghost-like shadows suddenly appeared in the depths of the ruins. They were so fast that they appeared in front of Ito in the blink of an eye and attacked the barrier that was on the verge of collapse. Crackle, crackle! Waves of crashing sounds echoed in the ruins. Itsunari didn't care about anything else. He quickly walked back to the original road without thinking. However, the ghost-like shadows did not let Ito go and continued to chase after him. At this moment, Ito finally had some time to look at the things that were attacking him. These shadows were like black fog and exuded a cold and strange aura. They were like ghosts from hell and did not have any form. It was as if a howl from the bottom of their hearts echoed around them. Ito used his fastest speed to run a certain distance. The cornerstone in his hand finally could not bear the burden and shattered into a pile of useless stones. It fell from Ito's hand and scattered on the ground. At this moment, Ito quickly waved his hands and took out talismans one by one. Under the control of his spiritual power, they floated around Ito like yellow ribbons. The black shadows did not care about what was in front of Ito and attacked Ito crazily. However, every time they touched a talisman, a dim yellow light would be ignited. At the same time, black smoke and screams would appear around the shadows. Are these really ghosts? Ito thought uncertainly. Although there were all kinds of strange things in the hunter's world and ghosts were not uncommon, basically no one had seen them before. Even those who had unique telekinesis related to the soul were rare. He did not expect to encounter a bunch of them here. However, Tongqing knew that this wasn't the time to think about this. It was better to leave this place first. These talisman papers were all his belongings. If these talisman papers were used up, then he really wouldn't know what to do. Ito used his maximum speed, but the black shadows did not seem to have an upper limit. They followed closely behind and used up the yellow talismans on Ito's body one by one. By the time he was about to leave the ruins, Ito had no protection on him. Damn it, Ito cursed in a low voice. His hands quickly formed the peacock seal, the bright king seal, and the Vajra seal. He chanted a mantra and endured the damage and mental torture caused by the black shadows. He used the highest level of yin-yang technique he had learned and could use, Wrath of the Bright King Curse. In an instant, Ito's body emitted a bright light. It was like a flame that forced the black shadows back. Some of the light flames burned on the black shadows. The flames were rootless and attached to the black shadows like maggots on their bones, burning them. The black shadows let out inhuman screams, causing Ito's mind to be in chaos. His mind was filled with fantasies. Fortunately, Ito's willpower was firm. He quickly rushed out of the ruins and bathed in the sunlight. Ito finally felt a bit comfortable. He panted as he turned around to look at the black shadows lingering at the entrance of the ruins. He saw that the flames that were attached to the black shadows had already spread out. It was like a fire burning fiercely in the void. However, no matter how much the flames burned, the black shadows still did not die. They were still fiercely struggling and howling. Ito saw that they would not be able to leave the ruins. Only then did he relax. He quickly distanced himself from the ruins and rested to check the wounds on his body. After checking his body, Seito was given a fright. He saw that the places where the black shadows had attacked were black and wrinkled. It was as if they had lost their vitality. Moreover, when his spiritual force flowed through those places, it would suddenly weaken as if it had disappeared into thin air. Fortunately, Seito's power system was not supported by his spiritual force alone. As his spiritual force flowed through his body, his flesh and blood were instantly nourished. Traces of itchiness flowed through his body, and his skin began to regain some luster. Seito took out the rejuvenation talisman that he had mass-produced and threw it on his body to speed up his recovery. It looks like these ruins are not simple. It is just that it is impossible to enter with my current strength. Also, from the abilities of these black shadows, there might be even more terrifying creatures inside. I'm still too weak. Seito thought to himself and helplessly sighed. He originally thought that he had become a first-rate expert in this short world, so he was a bit proud of himself. However, this trip to the ruins had shattered his confidence. However, this was also good. At least he would not become arrogant and would not get carried away and put himself in danger in the future. When his body had more or less recovered, Seito stood up and looked back at the ruins. He finally decided to end this trip as a hunter and return to the main world. There are still many things that I need to learn. After tricking the hunters, he would return in the future. Chapter 54. The familiar fluctuations once again appeared in front of Seito. The void shook and shattered, and a huge suction force came from the dark hole, instantly sucking Seito's body into it and disappeared. After that, the void slowly repaired and merged until it was restored to its original state. At the same time, on Earth at the foot of the Ito family's shrine, the void suddenly broke into pieces, and a stream of light appeared in front of the hole in an instant. And in the blink of an eye, it turned into a human figure on the other side. Bastard, do you really think that there is no one in my Ito family? In the living room in the backyard of the shrine, Ito Kikujiro, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up and cursed angrily. At the same time, he grabbed the katana standing beside him and quickly rushed towards the location of the barrier fluctuations. Not good. Why did he appear? Seito, who was still feeling the changes in the world's power, suddenly felt the familiar spiritual fluctuations of Ito Kikujiro with his superb perception. Without thinking, he used Absolute to hide all his aura and quickly left the place. Shortly after Seito left, Ito Kikujiro's figure appeared here, holding a katana and looking around like an eagle, as if the dark night was not a problem for him at all. Seeing that the search was fruitless, Ito Kikujiro coldly snorted and turned back to the shrine. That was close. Seito, who had run out of the vicinity of the shrine mountain, took a long breath. What happened just now was really thrilling for him, because Seito did not expect that his return from breaking the space would alarm Ito Kikujiro. It seems that when I left, he was also alarmed. There must be a barrier around the shrine mountain. Seito turned his head and looked at the hill where the Ito shrine was located under the night sky, and secretly thought. But thinking about it, as a demon-repelling family, if their headquarters did not even have a barrier, then it would be too unworthy of a name of the demon-repelling family, not to mention the Ito family that has existed for more than 200 years. Then Seito frowned again. My divine sense is actually suppressed. Is the world's law inconsistent? Fortunately, it didn't affect the use of his divine sense, so Seito was relieved, but he was still careful in his heart. Since his divine sense can be suppressed in the main world, then it can also be suppressed in other worlds. So the most important thing is to understand his own strength when he goes to other worlds in the future. Putting these thoughts aside, Ito-sei looked at the vast night and didn't know where to go. Although he had been in the hunter's world for more than 4 months, it hadn't been that long in the main world. It hadn't even been a week. Seito's is Seito's. It's a rare relaxation. Although many shops of God of time of God, of the time of gods as if there were still shops as ants. Say Ito walked into a supermarket, casually bought 2 cups of noodles, and cooked them. He took them to the magazine area and ate noodles while reading adult magazines that are impossible to find in China. Japanese noodles are really small. It's not enough for Sei Ito's consumption. After quickly eating 2 bowls of noodles and paying the bill, he turned and left the supermarket, but there was one more thing in his hand. The adult magazine that he was reading while eating noodles was bought by Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who had nothing to do, walked along the street with the adult magazine under his arm. When he saw a taxi, he reached out and stopped it. Go back to downtown Tokyo just to Ginza. Seito thought for a while and said, "Okay." The driver nodded, started the engine, and started the car. Seito has been reborn in Japan for a long time, but he has been so busy training that he didn't even go to these special industries. He really let down the natural conditions of being reborn in Japan. Anyway, there's nowhere to go at night, and there's still a lot of cash in the space, so Sei Ito decided to go to Ginza. Of course, it's mainly the karaoke part. The road at night is very smooth, plus the speed is fast. There's no trouble during the day. More than an hour later, the taxi arrived at Ginza. Then, it drove to the karaoke Mashiguchi before stopping. Seito paid the fare and got out of the car. He stood under the sign of the karaoke and looked at the various shops, as well as the waiter in front of the shop soliciting customers. He hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. After all, it's the first time he came to this kind of place. Even Sei Ito, a guy who can kill without batting an eyelid, was nervous. He walked to a milk shop with a stiff face and walked in under the guidance of the waiter. At this time, a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion and a very feminine manner came over and smiled at Sei Ito. "Welcome, little brother. Is this your first time here?" People who hang around in this kind of place have the ability to observe people's body language. Just by looking at Sei Ito's expression, he knew that this is definitely a virgin. "N," Sei Ito responded stiffly. "Then you don't know anyone. Do you want us to recommend you?" The man who received Sei Ito said, "Okay." Sei Ito thought for a moment and nodded. He really has no experience in this kind of shop. "What kind of girls do you like? Big breasts? Fat breasts? Do you want pure or mature goods?" The receptionist continued to ask. "Air." Sei Ito decisively backed down and said, "Forget it. I'll leave." The receptionist was not angry. He just sent Sei Ito out of the shop with a smile and said, "Little brother, remember to come again next time when you think about it." After Sei Ito heard that, he left without looking back. "Bastard, you're not even afraid of killing people. What are you afraid of now?" Sei Ito despised himself in his heart as he walked. He is too weak. Although he despised himself in his heart, Sei Ito did not go back. He thought that he would talk about it in the future. However, Sei Ito kept walking with his head down and did not notice that there were people in front of him. In fact, even if he did notice, it would be useless. The other party was drunk and could not walk steadily. If they wanted to bump into him, they would bump into him. While talking, Sei Ito bumped into 4 or 5 guys who were walking in a row opposite him. Sei Ito's physique was different from the physiques of the guys opposite him. Moreover, they were drunk. He knocked them to the ground very quickly. "Bastard, bastard, which bastard bumped into me?" The big guy on the ground did not get up and began to curse. It was obvious that they were drunk and did not know their surnames. Seeing that one of them was cursing, the others followed and cursed. They cursed whatever was unpleasant to hear. Originally, Sei Ito did not plan to argue with them. However, these guys were deliberately looking for a lesson. Sei Ito did not let them go. His expression changed, and he kicked each of them. Sei Ito did not kick them too hard. He thought that it was better to restrain himself in the main world. After all, it was not a world like the hunter world. If he killed someone, no one would pursue the matter. Therefore, these guys only flew a short distance away and vomited on the ground. Sei Ito pulled back his foot and turned around to leave without looking at them. He only treated it as a small change in the ordinary life of the city. However, Sei Ito did not notice that not far behind him, a sexy girl who had just walked out of a male prostitute's nightclub looked at Sei Ito's back with interest. Chapter 55. Young man, wait. Say Ito, who was walking on the road, suddenly heard a pleasant voice behind him. He stopped and looked back. It was a sexy woman with loose hair, wearing a tight mini-skirt, a sleeveless vest, fishnet stockings, and leather sandals. She had a slightly sharp oval face and soft facial features. How could she be so seductive? Yi Tingqing looked around and found that he was the only one here. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Are you calling me?" "Yes, young man, it's you," the woman said with a charming smile. She quickly walked to the front of Ito's Sei, stopped at a distance of about an arm's distance, and exhaled a fragrant breath. "What's the matter?" Sei Ito asked. At the same time, he began to ponder. Could it be that he had a romantic encounter? "It's like this, young man. I'm the manager of a gigolo shop in Nightlight. I want to ask if you're interested in being a gigolo," the woman asked. Yes, this woman was the sexy woman who saw Sei Ito kick the 4 people and came out of the gigolo shop. Sei Ito was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Seeing that Sei Ito didn't speak, the woman quickly continued. "The hourly salary starts at 4,000. If you become famous and someone mentions you, the hourly salary can be raised to 10,000. There's also a wine commission. Depending on the brand of wine, the commission can be between 10% and 30%. A good gigolo can earn more than 1 million a month. What do you think?" Then, without waiting for Sei Ito to answer, she continued, "You're tall and have a tender face. If you dress up a little, you can definitely attract women. I believe you can easily become famous. After training and improving your eloquence, I believe you can definitely become the top gigolo of the new generation." Then, the woman touched Sei Ito's arms and chest with a lustful look. She made a tisk sound as if she was very satisfied with the feeling. Sei Ito also reacted at this time. He subconsciously stepped back to avoid the woman's hand and said, "I'm not interested in gigolos." After saying that, he turned around and left quickly. "Hey, little brother, wait up." The woman was stunned by Sei Ito's decisiveness. She hurriedly shouted, wanting to keep such a good thing that she had found. Unfortunately, Sei Ito was too fast. She only chased after Sei Ito for a few steps before she lost sight of him. Sei Ito had nowhere to vent his frustrations. He felt that he couldn't do anything right today, so he unconsciously walked towards a dark corner. On the surface, the song and dance pavilion looked like a bustling place, but in the shadows of this area, there were also all kinds of ugliness. For example, drunk women being attacked by wretched men. For example, hidden drug addicts in dark corners. Also, gang members doing shady business. You can encounter them here at any time. After all, almost none of the shops in the singing and dancing pavilion were not involved in the underworld. The only difference was the depth of involvement. When Sei Ito came to the dark corner, he was immediately noticed by some people. A few guys who were smoking in the corner looked at each other, got up, and walked towards Sei Ito. On the other side, the group of 3 to 5 men who were surrounding and raping a drunk woman in the corner were watching the scene that was about to unfold with interest. "Kid, hand over the money on you," the yellow-haired young man with a cigarette in his mouth said to Ito, with his chin slightly tilted his head. "Boss, look at this kid's delicate skin. It seems like Lil White's shop is running out of stock. Should we send him over?" Another green-haired guy whispered. Although it was whispered, the people around them could hear clearly. The yellow-haired guy sized up Sei Ito and laughed. "Not bad. Recently, Lil White guy seems to have sent out a message asking for stock." Hee. The others also laughed sinisterly. This ignited the fire in Sei Ito's heart. He was already depressed from being invited to be a prostitute. If the other party wasn't a woman, Yi Tingqing would have already crippled the other party. Now, it was even more outrageous. They actually wanted to rob his shop. Motherf asterisk cur. Sei Ito's eyes flashed with anger. His body disappeared in an instant and reappeared in the middle of the hoodlums. He used the simplest and most direct method to beat them to the ground. He didn't show any mercy. Almost all of them had broken bones. They would need to stay in a hospital for at least a month or 2. However, Sei Ito was still not satisfied. He stretched out his foot towards the hoodlums on the ground and ruthlessly stepped on their lower body. Ouch! A series of howls sounded, then immediately stopped. The person had already fainted. Since you want to go to the shop, I'll let you be the receptacle, Saito said coldly. He suddenly turned his head to the other side. The hoodlums, who were watching the show, immediately trembled. They didn't even have time to pull up their pants and ran away. They threw the disheveled and naked woman on the ground. Saito wasn't so kind as to casually save a strange woman. He just glanced at her and turned to leave. Not long after Saito left, the intoxicated woman on the ground suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes flashed with an abnormal color. Her pupils were vertical like a beast's. The woman stood up. She didn't even tidy up her clothes. She just looked at her body with a cold smile. She walked a few steps towards the hoodlums that Saito had turned into eunuchs. She opened her delicate lips, revealing two beast-like fangs. The woman lay on the hoodlums' bodies like a beast, as if she was sucking something. After a while, she got up and left with a satisfied look on her face. However, the bodies of the hoodlums on the ground were even more miserable. Their originally youthful bodies looked old and thin. Their originally robust bodies had become as thin as a matchstick. They were hanging on with only a single breath left. After an unknown amount of time, another person appeared. He found the unlucky hoodlums and called 120 to send them to the hospital. After venting, Saito felt much better. He wondered if he should find a girlfriend in the future. Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of beautiful and powerful girls in the world he transmigrated to. For example, Mayu from Fonlin Temple, who only cared about Bai Bin, and Little Drop and Ma Chi from the Hunter Squadron. However, he then shook his head. What was he thinking? Even if he found one, he wouldn't be able to bring her out. Although the time ratio between the two worlds could completely solve these problems, there would always be a gap. Therefore, it was better to leave everything to fate. As his thoughts ran wild, it was already past 2:00 in the morning. Saito, who had nothing to do, booked a room in a couple's hotel near karaoke and went to rest. He. Did anyone guess that I would write about that woman like this? Actually, there was another way to write it, but after thinking for a long time, I still wrote it like this. Please add it to your collection or recommend it. Chapter 56. The next day, when Saito woke up, it was already late in the morning. After a simple tidy-up, Saito left the place where he stayed. During the day, the karaoke was still very lively. All kinds of white-collar workers walked quickly on the streets, driving the surrounding people to walk quickly. This was probably the fast-paced life of Japan. Saito strolled on the street. His leisurely figure was so out of place with the people around him. It was very eye-catching. However, this was just a different attitude towards life after all. There was nothing eye-catching about it, so at most, people would just look at it a few more times. Saito raised his hand to hail a taxi and set off for the Shinkansen. Today, Saito was going to Yokohama's Chinatown to take a look and buy some things that were not common in Japanese shops. The traffic in Japan during the day was not as good as at night. The traffic jam was serious. After a long detour, he arrived at the Shinkansen. Saito got out of the car and paid the fare. He went to the counter and bought a train ticket. After waiting for a long time, he got the login permit and got on the Shinkansen to Yokohama. The Shinkansen was Japan's high-speed passenger railway system. It started operating on October 1st, 1964. It was the first high-speed railway system in the world to carry passengers. It had been operating for many years, and there had never been an accident caused by human factors. Therefore, it was known as one of the safest high-speed railways in the world. It was also the smoothest train in the world. When he came to his seat, he found that there were no other passengers around. He thought that they had not logged in yet, or had logged in at other stations. Saito sat down in his seat, feeling the seats and space brightness that were completely different from domestic trains. Saito had to admire the Japanese's care and seriousness in transportation operations. After a while, the Shinkansen started. As the speed of the Shinkansen increased, the scenery outside the window changed rapidly. After watching for a while, Saito, who felt bored, withdrew his gaze and began to close his eyes to rest. In the middle, the Shinkansen stopped a few times and passengers began to appear around Seito. Seito just glanced at them when they sat down and ignored them. Soon, they arrived at Yokohama. Seito got up and nodded politely to the passengers who were still sitting. He left his seat and got off the Shinkansen. There was a subway station near the Shinkansen. He took the subway and headed to Chinatown. Sitting in the subway, Ito-sei's eyes turned. From time to time, he would look around at Beauty. He looked like a pervert. The few people who noticed Ito-sei had a look of disgust in their eyes. Sei also felt the other person's, so he had no choice but to retract his gaze. It's not that Ito-sei is lecherous, but he remembered that in China, there was a Yokohama XX series. This time, when he was on the subway, he wondered if he could see the real person acting it out. Ito-sei stopped looking around and quietly waited for the arrival of the destination. Zhonghua Street, standing under the huge memorial arch of Chinatown with China's characteristic patterns, Ito suddenly felt a sense of intimacy. Although he adapted to the change of his identity, the trace of attachment deep in his soul could not be changed. Taking a deep breath to ease his mood, Ito walked towards Zhonghua Street. There were various shops on both sides of Zhonghua Street. All the shop names were written in Chinese and Japanese. The items sold were all China's specialty items or traditional snacks. Of course, there were also some traditional things that were almost invisible in China, but could be seen here. Ito looked around curiously. He would buy anything he liked. Anyway, he was not short of money now. He would also try some familiar snacks, but except for some new shops that still maintained the original China taste, the taste of the old Chinese restaurants in Japan had changed to be more suitable for Japanese taste. This made Ito, who wanted to eat the original taste, frown. Ito, who was a little disappointed by the food, did not wander around. After asking a few Chinese shop owners in Chinese, Ito came to a special shop. Kaido Wenjai was the name of this shop. Ito pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, the smell of books wafted over, making Ito excited. "Welcome. What would you like to order?" A middle-aged man wearing China's magua and a yuangua hat came over and asked with a smile. "I would like some good yellow joss paper, cinnabar, and some Taoist classics." Ito spoke in fluent Chinese, which made the shop owner stunned. "Oh, it seems like you're a regular customer. Please come in, please." When the shop owner heard Ito's language, he became more enthusiastic. When he heard what he wanted, he knew that he must have been introduced by an acquaintance. Otherwise, this shop was obviously a place that sold calligraphy, paintings, and rice paper. How could there be such things for sale? "Please." Ito also showed him the way. Under the shop owner's lead, the two came to the back of the house. In the back of the house, the shop owner served 2 cups of tea. The two sat down and started to discuss the business. "How much do you need? Do you have any requirements?" The shop owner asked. "The paper must be of good quality, and the cinnabar must be pure. The classics must be from China, and they must be the kind that is not commonly seen in the market." Ito smiled faintly. "The paper must be of good quality from Mao Mountain. The same goes for the cinnabar. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. As for the classics, you also know that it is not easy to get these things that are not commonly seen in the market." The shop owner answered happily at first. When he talked about the classics, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. "Even with your relationship, you can't get them?" Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at the shop owner and asked. "I can get them, but the quantity is definitely not large." "How many can you get?" Ito thought for a while and asked. "It depends on whether you want the originals or photocopies," the shop owner said. "What's the difference?" Ito continued to ask. "The originals take a long time and are troublesome. The quantity is small. The photocopies are faster and can be obtained in a short time. The quantity is more than the originals, but not much more," the shop owner said. Yitingqing thought for a while and finally said, "Give me photocopies. At the same time, you can also get me some originals. Maybe I will come to buy them at any time. Photocopies are not a problem, but the originals can't be kept by you. At most, I will find a way to get them for you when you need them. It's not certain. The shop owner did not agree to Seito's request. Forget it. Just give me photocopies. How long will it take to get them? It depends on the type of books you want, the shop owner said. Scriptures, talismans, and Taoist techniques, Seito said. Scriptures are easy to get. I have all of them in stock. Talismans and Taoist techniques are more troublesome. It will take some time, about 5 days. The shop owner thought for a while and said, Okay, I will get those 2 books in 5 days. Prepare the rest for me. I will take them away now, Seito said. Okay, please wait a moment. The shop owner nodded and made a gesture of invitation. He turned and left. After a while, the shop owner reappeared in front of Seito with a big bag in his hand. 32 million yuan. Here is 3 million yuan, the shop owner said with a smile. Seito opened the bag and checked. He found that the yellow paper and cinnabar were good things. He learned them from his father and was familiar with them. He flipped through the scriptures and found that they were all in Chinese. He nodded and asked the old man, Do you accept gold bars? Yes. The shop owner hesitated and gritted his teeth. Okay, here are 2 gold bars. I guarantee it will be enough for your fee. Seito handed the 2 gold bars to the shop owner. The shop owner took the gold bars and weighed them. He took them to the side and gave the rest to Seito. The 2 were satisfied with the transaction. They nodded and said goodbye to each other. Chapter 57. Modifying the content did not affect the later story. It was just correcting a painful mistake that he made at the beginning. Where there is light, there is darkness. Seito just left Enlightenment Tech Shop. Not long after, he felt that someone was staring at him from behind. Seito walked quietly in front. After a while, he felt that the person behind him came to his side and bumped into him. He felt a hand quickly fumbling in his pocket. Just when the person was about to withdraw his hand, Seito stretched out 2 fingers and tapped on the person's arm. The person's arm trembled as if he was electrocuted. Then he quickly pulled his hand out and ran away with his head down. Little thief. Seito smiled. Then he threw the matter to the back of his mind. Seito put all his things in the space. He basically didn't even put money in his pocket. If he put it in, it would definitely be 0 and not more than 1,000 yen. He walked slowly out of Chinatown and booked a room in a hotel near Chinatown for 5 days. Seito didn't plan to go back during this time to save the trouble of going back and forth. In the room, Seito took a simple bath and changed his clothes. He adjusted his physical and mental state. Then he took out the yellow joss paper and cinnabar. He thought for a moment in his mind, and his spiritual power moved with the movements of his hands. The cinnabar automatically attached itself to Seito's fingers. With the movement of Seito's fingers, it automatically fell on the yellow joss paper and finally formed a strange talisman. Then a red light flashed, and a talisman paper was completed. Sure enough, the feeling of a talisman made with proper yellow joss paper and cinnabar is different, Seito secretly thought. At the same time, he activated the telekinesis tool to materialize a talisman paper. Although it was a finished product, it still only had the appearance, but not the spirit. The activation effect was so weak that it could be ignored. Then, he materialized the yellow joss paper and painted it with ready-made cinnabar. The effect was much better, but it was still weaker than the traditional production process. In the end, he could only conjure cinnabar and draw it on the existing yellow joss paper. The effect was still weak. After getting the results, Seito thought to himself, if possible, it's best to buy the best materials in the overworld. Although the materialization system is convenient, it can only be used as an emergency in the case of shortage of materials. After confirming this, Seito gathered his thoughts and continued to make talismans. During the journey to the ruins, Seito had almost used up all the talismans in his possession, which was why he was able to purchase them today. Originally, Seito could have just bought some yellow joss paper or cinnabar from a Chinese medicine shop. However, he didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter in the future, so it was better to be prepared. Therefore, he decided to buy the best so that he wouldn't be affected by these small flaws. He spent an entire day on this painting. Sei Ito, who was a little exhausted, put away the talisman paper and the remaining materials that he had made. Then, he called for room service and began to recover after a simple meal. When Sei Ito opened his eyes again, it was already 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. Sei Ito got up and walked to the glass window. He looked at the bright night view of Yokohama under the night sky. He didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, a violent flash of light attracted Sei Ito's attention. "That's Chinatown." Sei Ito frowned slightly. Before he could think, a few more flashes of light flashed. Under Sei Ito's gaze, two figures were fighting in the flashes of light. Seeing this, Sei Ito's interest was aroused. He quickly left the room and rushed down the safety passage without waiting for the elevator. Sei Ito's speed was so fast that the distance of one floor was almost a step in the eyes of people like Sei Ito. With just a few turns, Sei Ito ran all the stairs and appeared at the side door of the hotel. He roughly looked around and rushed toward the place where he saw the fight. Although the night in Japan was very lively, it didn't affect Sei Ito at all. He always hid his figure in the dark to avoid the sight of ordinary people and moved forward. Even if he was really discovered by accident, he would think that he was seeing things because Sei Ito was too fast. After a few turns, Sei Ito came to the vicinity of an alley. Sei Ito stopped and looked around. He found that there was a barrier at the entrance of the alley, which blocked all the aura and sounds inside. It was as if the alley didn't exist and didn't attract anyone's attention. Sei Ito put his hand on the barrier and adjusted his spiritual power fluctuations, trying to be consistent with the barrier. After a while, Sei Ito felt his palm loosen and his whole arm sink into the barrier. Sei Ito had a satisfied smile on his face, and his whole body disappeared into the barrier. Inside the barrier, the sound of explosions and flashes of light kept appearing. The sound of collision and shouting could be heard from time to time. The wind generated by the fight blew the garbage on the ground away. One of the two people fighting was a middle-aged man in a Chinese martial arts suit. He had a resolute face, and his punches were fierce and powerful. He was using the famous Chinese boxing technique, baji, and it was the more dangerous baji technique. As for the other person he was fighting, it should be said that he wasn't human. This monster's clothes were torn, and its hair was messy. Its blood-red eyes flashed with a demonic light. Its claws were long and sharp. When it scratched the wall, sparks and debris would fly. Every time the boxer hit it, there would be a flash of light. The two exchanged a few more moves. The boxer took advantage of an opening and punched the monster's face while risking his abdomen being pierced. The monster was sent flying and slammed into the wall. At the same time, the boxer's abdomen was covered in blood because of the claw. The boxer's expression didn't change. He took a few steps forward and rushed in front of the monster and punched. Another killing move landed on the monster's face, and the monster's head was embedded in the wall. The boxer didn't stop and continued to attack. He only stopped when he lost a bit of strength due to the excessive bleeding. Ga. Just when the boxer stopped to catch his breath, the monster still let out a horrible laugh, which made the boxer's expression change. Ka. The monster pulled its head out little by little. It licked the blood on its claw with a hideous smile. Its body flashed, and it rushed toward the boxer again. Just when the boxer was ready to fight to the death, Sei Ito, who had been watching, suddenly appeared between the two. He held the famous katana that he got from the world of hunters and cut off the monster's claw. Ayo! The monster roared. Its eyes flashed with a crazy light. The white light rushed toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito didn't move. He waved the famous katana in his hand and blocked all the monster's attacks. When the light on the monster's body stopped, the famous katana in his hand seemed to disappear and instantly appeared in front of the monster, piercing the monster's heart. "Don't stop. Cut off its head or it won't die," the boxer said weakly in Japanese. "Okay." Sei Ito agreed. He pulled out the katana and cut off the monster's head. Guru. The head fell to the ground and rolled for a distance, mixing with the garbage. Bang! The headless body fell to the ground powerlessly. The dark green blood flowed and soon turned bright red. Then, an even more inconceivable scene occurred. The monster's corpse slowly shrank back into the shape of a human body and quickly shriveled up. Cough, don't be surprised. This monster was transformed from a human. The boxer looked at Seito with a frown and explained. What do you mean? Seito turned around and asked. He looked at the boxer's wound, took out a rejuvenation talisman, and stuck it on the boxer's body. Instantly, green energy poured into the boxer's body, relieving the pain and healing the wound. This is a Taoist talisman. The boxer was a little surprised. He didn't expect to encounter an orthodox Taoist talisman in Japan. Was there anything more surprising than this? Fortunately, the boxer knew that the two of them were just strangers who met by chance. You shouldn't ask about these things. He started to explain. This is a shadowless monster. It specializes in possessing the bodies of people who are arrogant and have no morals. It lives by sucking their essence and blood. The flash that appeared during the battle, just now, was the light that the shadowless monster emitted when it stimulated the essence and blood of the body. Normally, the shadowless monster is basically unkillable, but as long as it possesses a body, it can't leave the body until it has completely sucked the body dry. However, ordinary vital points are no longer a threat to the shadowless monster's body. So, the only way to kill the shadowless monster is to chop off its head or smash its head. I see. Seito nodded. He waved his katana and used katana chi to smash the head on the other side. Seeing this, the boxer was shocked again. How deep was his cultivation base? Where did this young man come from? He was actually so monstrous. Seito looked at the boxer's wound and found that it was almost healed. He said, I think you can move now. Goodbye. After saying that, he didn't wait for the boxer to reply. He suddenly exerted his strength and disappeared before the boxer could react. The boxer opened his mouth helplessly and finally closed it helplessly. He got up and turned to walk into the depths of Chinatown. The city lines began to appear. It would be a shame if he didn't have some city lines. Chapter 58. I just remembered that I have to thank Wu Bao. I didn't pay attention to it 2 days ago, but I found out that Wu Bao gave me a reward. This is the first time I received a reward. It's really a great incentive. Here, I solemnly thank you, Wu Bao. I will continue to collect tickets and collect them. The following is the main question. On the way back, Seito kept thinking about the shadowless demon. As for the corpse, he didn't care at all. He believed that the boxer would definitely take care of this matter. It seems that there is one more thing to remember in the future. Seito's mouth twitched. This was the first time he encountered a demon in the real world. Although his family talked about it, at that time, Ito Kikujiro didn't mention it in detail, so Seito didn't take it seriously. This time, after facing it for the first time, he found it tricky. If he didn't understand the characteristics of these demons, it would be difficult to destroy them. That Bajiquan master is a bit interesting. After remembering the demon in his heart, Seito's mind appeared the appearance of the Bajiquan master. He guessed that the other party may be a member of an organization in Chinatown. After all, how could there be no protection in Chinatown to survive in Japan? As for the guy who was possessed by the demon, Seito didn't pay much attention to him. He was just a guy who was devoured by his desires. Sure enough, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. I just left Tokyo, and I already encountered a demon. If I was still in Tokyo, after thinking about it, Seito made up his mind. After 5 days, he would immediately return to the Edo Shrine in Tokyo after receiving the goods. He would study the Yin-Yang Jutsu and record the information of the demon. After returning to the hotel, Seito took out the Taoist scriptures and read them. The next day, thinking that he had nothing to do anyway, Seito began his tour of Yokohama. There were ancient buildings and scenery everywhere, as well as unique culture and collections. Seito, of course, also spent money to buy some small things to give back as gifts. After a day, he found that the pace of life in Yokohama was much slower than in Tokyo, and the crowd was not as dense as in Tokyo. There were very few people squeezing and squeezing. There were a lot of Chinese students and tourists who came to Japan. Men and women with obvious Chinese characteristics could be seen everywhere, and they stopped at some scenic spots in Yokohama with bags on their backs. In between, Ito-sei also went to a famous outdoor hot spring in Yokohama. In the mixed pool, he soaked with a group of men, women, and children. Of course, everyone paid attention to their private parts with a small towel. However, there were all kinds of birds in the forest. For example, some Chinese tourists who came to Japan, maybe because it was their first time coming into contact with this kind of open-air hot spring, couldn't help but look at the breasts of some young and beautiful women in the hot spring. If you're secretly looking at them, it would be fine, but it was annoying that some people actually stared at them without taking their eyes off them. I remember there was a news report about this, and there was indeed such a thing. Later, some hot springs in Japan were not allowed to enter Chinese tourists. After enjoying the comfort of the hot spring, Ito relaxed and browsed the night market in Yokohama and ate some of the unique snacks in Yokohama. After 3 days of enjoyment, it was the day of the transaction in the blink of an eye. Ito came to Chinatown early and stood at the door of Chita Wenjai. "Oh, it's you, sir. Welcome, welcome." The look on the boss's face was much more enthusiastic than the first time he saw Ito, and he also showed sincerity. Even the way he addressed him changed from guest to sir. "Hello." Ito waved at the boss with a smile. "Sir, please come in. I'll get the goods for you." The boss led Ito to the back of the house, poured a pot of good tea for Ito, then turned and left. On the other side, the boss came to a room that looked like a study and gently knocked on the door with a respectful look. "Come in." Inside the door, a vigorous but somewhat old voice sounded. "Uncle Lu." The boss gently opened the door and said respectfully. Behind the table opposite the boss, a hale and hearty old man in a tang suit with dark hair and a ruddy complexion answered softly with his eyes closed. "That person is here." The old man called Uncle Lu by the boss said. "Yes, he's here." The boss said. "Are you sure it's him?" Uncle Lu frowned slightly and asked. "If Wang San's description is correct, it's him." The boss also paused slightly before saying, "That's good. If you're sure it's him, give that thing to him." Sixth uncle opened his eyes. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes, illuminating the entire study room as he spoke to the boss. "Okay." The boss replied. "Do you have any other orders?" "No, you can go now. Remember to maintain a good relationship with him." Uncle Lu picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, then waved his hand proudly. "Yes, Uncle Lu. Please rest." The boss bowed again, then turned and left the room. After closing the door of the study, he took a deep breath. Facing Uncle Lu, the boss felt a lot of pressure. After saying goodbye to Uncle Lu, the boss took out a small bag from another room. Inside the bag were the books that he was going to give to Ito this time. Then, he took out a small wooden box from another room and returned to the back of the house with Ito. Sorry. I was delayed by something just now." The boss apologized with a smile as soon as he entered the house. Then, he put the things on the table. Ito smiled and didn't say anything. He reached out and picked up the books on the table, flipping through them one by one. It didn't take long for him to take a quick look and confirm that the books were good. "Everything is right. I'll take it. If you need me in the future, I'll come and find you." Ito smiled and took the things in his hand. At the same time, he took out 3 gold bars and handed them to the boss. "You're too kind." The boss took the gold bars and gave the rest to Ito. When he saw Ito getting up to leave, he quickly said, "Please wait." "What's wrong?" Ito stopped and looked at the boss in confusion. "Please accept this." The boss took out the small wooden box and handed it to Ito. "What's the meaning of this?" Ito frowned and didn't take it. "Someone asked me to pass a message to you. Thank you very much for what you did a few days ago. This is a small token of appreciation," the boss said with a smile. "Oh." As soon as the boss said that, Ito knew what was going on. At the same time, his guess was confirmed. It was indeed someone from a certain organization in Chinatown. However, he didn't expect them to find him. This meant that they were not weak. With a chuckle, he reached out to take the box and said, Thank you very much. The boss was very happy to see Sei Ito accept the gift. He got up and led Sei Ito out of the shop. After watching Sei Ito disappear from his sight, he turned and went back to the back room to report to Uncle Lu. Sei Ito returned to the hotel with the gift. He put the ancient book aside and curiously opened the small wooden box in his hand. A withered yellow book less than a centimeter thick lay quietly inside, exuding a faint sandalwood fragrance. Seito picked it up and glanced at it briefly. He guessed that it was either a unique book or a rare ancient handwritten copy. Yin Charm Scripture. The Yin Charm Scripture of the Yin and Yang Charm Scriptures. Seito was a little surprised as he carefully flipped through the book in his hand. He thought to himself that the other party's gift was really big. The Yin and Yang Charm Scriptures were famous classics in ancient China. Legend said that it was written by the Yellow Emperor. The Yang Charm Scripture talked about military formations, while the Yin Charm Scripture talked about ghosts and charms. It was one of the rare ancient books that combined secular and metaphysics. It was also an ancient book that talked about Taoist cultivation. After reading all the contents, he realized that this ancient book was actually incomplete. Although there were some useful contents, most of them were damaged, causing the overall value of this book to drop a lot. Moreover, as an ancient book, it was not worth much to people like Seito. That's right. If the other party gave me this Yin Charm Scripture just to save one person, the other party would be too generous. Seito sighed in relief and put the book away with a clear conscience. Although there was not much content in the book, there were still one or two things that were valuable to Seito. Chapter 59. After buying everything, Seito didn't delay and directly booked a Shinkansen train ticket back to Yodo. After spending some time, he returned to Yodo. Raising his hand to call a taxi, Seito went to his home in Yodo. In front of the door of his house, Seito paid the fare and got out of the taxi. Seeing that there was no one around, he took out a package from the dimension. It contained some special products that he bought in Yokohama and prepared to give to several people. Then he opened the door of his house and walked in. It was still in the afternoon, and it was more than half an hour before the second sister Ito Rita came back from a club. As for the eldest sister, it depends on the situation. If she didn't have social engagement, she would definitely be home before dinner. If there was something else, then it was uncertain. As for his mother, if she wasn't in the house at this time, then she would be buying groceries at the market. Seito opened the door and went in and shouted, "I'm back." But no one responded, so he knew that his mother must have gone to buy groceries. He took off his shoes, carried his bag into the house, threw the backpack on the sofa, poured a cup of ice water from the kitchen refrigerator, and drank it. Then he returned to the living room and turned on the TV. After a while, the door opened again, followed by the second sister Rita's "I'm back" call. Rita in her school uniform came in. "Achum." Ito Rita looked at Seito, who was sitting on the sofa and watching TV, with some surprise. "Yo," Seito casually greeted, called the surprised Rita back to reality, then continued to watch TV. "When did you come back?" Rita quickly returned to her room, changed into a set of home clothes, and returned to the living room again to sit next to Seito and asked, "Just now, 20 minutes earlier than you came back." Seito looked at his watch and estimated. "By the way, there's a gift for you." With that said, Seito lay down, reached for the backpack beside him, sat up, and opened it. From the backpack, he took out some small items that he bought in Yokohama. They were all cute and girly items and handed them to Rita. "These are all for me." Ito Reina was a little surprised. This was the first time he received a gift from his younger brother after his father's death. He was so touched that tears appeared in his eyes. "Thank you." Ito Reina took a deep breath and whispered, "It's nothing. We are a family." Seito replied indifferently, which made Ito Reina's heart warm. When he was in China, people would buy gifts when they returned home. Although they weren't expensive, it was a token of appreciation. Even though he was reborn as Seito, he didn't change this habit. After that, the atmosphere between the two of them became better and better. After a while, his mother, Eriko Ito, came back. Ah-chung, you're back. As soon as Eriko entered the house, she saw Ito Sei talking to Reina and said happily, I'm back. Sei Ito got up and saluted. Welcome back. Eriko put the things she bought aside, walked quickly to Sei Ito, and hugged him. In, Sei Ito responded, somewhat unaccustomed to it. Fortunately, Eriko was the mother of Sei Ito's physical body. Apart from being unaccustomed to it, there were no other adverse reactions. Releasing Sei Ito, Eriko looked at her son with a smile. But soon, Eriko frowned and stared at Sei Ito with a serious face. Ah-chung, why do you have a murderous aura? Since there was a murderous aura, then he must have killed before. But, generally speaking, killing didn't necessarily result in a murderous aura, because in the human consciousness, killing a lot of animals was natural. Only after killing a certain number of animals would murderous aura form, which was why people felt uncomfortable when they looked at butchers. But as long as someone had killed someone, there would definitely be a murderous aura, which was formed by psychological influence. So the hidden meaning of Eriko's question was, have you killed someone before? Ito Reina, who was listening to the conversation between the two, quickly thought of the reason, and then her expression changed as she looked at Sei Ito. Sei Ito was shocked, and then he thought that as a person who cultivated spiritual power, he must be very sensitive to these things. Just now, he was too emotional to be discovered. Sei Ito didn't panic, and in an instant, he thought of an explanation. Mother, when I was in Yokohama, I met the shadowless demon. As soon as this was said, everything was explained. As the successor of the Ito family and a Miko, Eriko was very clear about the names of some demons. As a relatively special demon, the shadowless demon was, of course, in her memory. After getting the answer, Eriko subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression relaxed. Is that so? Ah-chung, you actually completed the exorcism. Eriko's expression was somewhat complicated as she whispered. She smiled at the two, went back to the door, picked up the vegetables she bought, and walked to the kitchen. Ah-chung, what is the shadowless demon? Ito Reina looked at her mother's back and asked Sei Ito strangely. Sei Ito was also stunned by Eriko's expression just now. After Reina asked, he recovered and said, the shadowless demon is a kind of demon that will possess the bodies of people with inflated inner desires and no morals. It survives by sucking their flesh and blood. I see. Reina nodded, and then asked about Sei Ito's exorcism process with great interest. In the end, when it was almost dinner time, big sister Suzu Ito also came home. When she saw Sei Ito, she was very happy. After receiving the gift from Sei Ito, she was so happy that she kissed Sei Ito's forehead, which made Sei Ito feel a little embarrassed. As for the valuable items that he brought back from the hunter's world, he would give them away when the time was right. Dinner passed in this joyous atmosphere. At night, in the grove where Sei Ito first practiced his swordsmanship, Sei Ito and his mother, Eriko, held wooden swords and stood facing each other. That's right, this time Sei Ito was fighting with his mother, Eriko. The two of them got into the starting position of the Ito family's swordsmanship, and with a loud shout, they launched an attack on each other. Sei Ito had just learned his swordsmanship not long ago, and had been tested in the hunter's world. Although he had not used it many times, he was not limited to the moves of the swordsmanship. His mother, Eriko, had been immersed in the family's swordsmanship for many years, and her swordsmanship was close to completion. When she attacked, there was no limit to her movements, and the changes were at her will. The two of them competed in the grove. As the battle became more and more intense, the two of them gradually increased the strength and intensity of their attacks. Gusts of wind pressure spread out from the center of the battle, blowing the trees on both sides and making Suzu Ito and Ito Reina's pants fly. So powerful, Reina muttered to herself. It was also the first time she had seen her mother's strength, and what shocked her even more was that her brother, Sei Ito, could actually fight with her mother like this, which made her a little bit of pride in her heart suffer a great blow. Yes, so powerful. Not to mention my mother, Ah Chang's swordsmanship has already entered the next level. If we just compete in swordsmanship, he is already on par with me. Big sister Suzu Ito heard Reina's muttering, and her tone was full of emotion. While the two of them were talking, the two of them in the field fought a few more times without any results, and, after a heart attack, they separated again and stood on the side. Phew! The two of them deeply exhaled a turbid breath. Ah Chung, your swordsmanship has been completed. Mother, Eriko said with relief. I think your grandfather will be very happy if he knows. Nah, it's still far from being comparable to my mother, Seito said very modestly. He really admired Eriko for being able to train her swordsmanship to this level. How much effort did she have to put in? All right, let's go back. The three of them returned home together, and Mother, Eriko, called out to Seito, who was about to return to his room. Ah Chung, there are some things I have to tell you, Eriko said with a rarely serious expression. What is it? Seito asked with a serious face, full of doubts. When you complete the first exorcism, whether you are willing or not, it means that you have joined that circle, the circle full of ghosts and demons. Eriko held the teacup in her hands and gently turned it, but the blue marks on her hands were a reminder to Seito that Eriko was excited. Mother, Seito called out softly, pulling Eriko back from her thoughts. Eriko smiled at Seito, indicating that she was fine, and then continued. Every year, families like ours will undergo an inspection at the end of the year. The inspection party will be jointly selected by the Ministry of Environment's Special Operations Department and Kyoto's ISE Grand Shrine. They will investigate according to the number of people in each household register. If they find a new special personnel like you, they will all be recorded, and those who have been killed will also have to be specially recorded. Most of the city's lines have been explained, and the rest would depend on how to write it. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this layer of skin. Chapter 60. Thanks again to Xjulfdia and HD Mystery Zone. The two of them are now full of confidence in tipping. My mother and sisters are on the record too? Seito asked with a frown. That's right. Unless you're a rogue, as long as you have a fixed clan, your name will be recorded, Eriko said. What happens if they're on the record? Seito asked. If you're an ordinary psionicist like your second sister, you'll only have your name recorded. However, those whose names are on the record will be forcibly recruited during special times. They are also obliged to clean up the demon creatures in the area they're staying in. Eriko had an angry and sorrowful look on her face when she mentioned the cleaning up of the demon creatures. It was obvious that something was going on. If that's the case, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Obligations are just obligations. We don't necessarily have to carry them out, Seito said in confusion. Humph, that's the main point. Eriko's expression immediately turned into disgust. She said, the people from the Ministry of the Environment will always check the time. If the density of demon creatures in the area you're staying in reaches a certain level, the Ministry of the Environment has the right to force you to expel the demon creatures. If you don't carry out the order, the Ministry of the Environment will release your information to the demon creatures 2 times later. The demon creatures will surely come looking for you. Those assholes. Seito was well aware of the consequences of releasing his name to the demon creatures. Not every demon creature is that strong. Normally, the demon creatures that managed to survive after having their demon creatures expelled for generations were no ordinary creatures. At the same time, their anger toward Magician Tue was building up in their hearts. They might even take revenge on Magician Tue at any time. The consequences would be unpredictable. Besides, no one could tell if there was only one demon creature, a few demon creatures, or even a group of them. Then, Ito-sei was stunned as he recalled a question from his mother's words. Mother, in what you said just now, does an ordinary psionicist like your second sister mean that Big Sis is also a person who has been specially recorded? As for his mother, there was no need to ask. His mother was also the only descendant of the Ito family at that time. How could she not be taken away by his father? That's right. Your eldest sister became a special record holder by chance. Her mother didn't seem to be willing to talk about it, so she simply explained, "Oh, then which area are we in charge of?" Say Ito knew better than to ask another question. Our family is mainly in the area around the Ito shrine, but after all, the Ito family has been there for more than 200 years, plus your grandfather is there, so there's no problem. Basically, we just have to clean up the area around the New Year festival every year. As for the other area, it was near the place where we were currently living. There wasn't much of a requirement. As long as they saw it, they could clean it up. After all, the scope of the Tokyo urban area is mainly under the responsibility of the Ministry of Environment. Eriko said, "I see." Seito nodded. "In 2 days, you should go back to your grandfather's place and learn Inyon Jutsu. You can also protect yourself," Eriko said after explaining the general rules. "Got it. I also want to go back to the shrine." Seito nodded. Maybe it was because she said something. Eriko was obviously in a better mood. She took the teacup and went to the living room to watch TV. At this time, his eldest sister, Suzu Ito, who had just taken a shower, came over in pajamas. She took out a glass of ice water from the refrigerator and held it in her hand. She looked at Seito and said, "Mother told you everything?" And Seito nodded. "You have to be more careful in the future. Demons have all kinds of strange abilities. Sometimes it's not just demons that are scary, but other things as well." Suzu Ito didn't elaborate, but Ito understood that most of the other things refer to people. There were all kinds of birds in the forest. Not all of the demon retreats were good people. There were all kinds of people because of their own interests and different temperaments. They could draw their swords at you at any time because of something. Then, there were other unknown dangers, and Seito responded softly. Then, he said to Suzu Ito, "Eldest sister, how's the family recently?" "The family is very good. It's still the same. It's just that the three of us are a little busy because of the summer festival." Suzu Ito leaned against the kitchen table and said while watching the TV in the living room, "Summer festival? That's right. It's almost August 15th, Ito said with a smile. "It just so happens that you're back. If you have nothing to do, you should help me." Suzu Ito smiled. "Well, I'll be going back to Grandpa tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I can help," Ito said. Suzu Ito nodded and drank the water in her hand. She washed the cup in the sink a few times and put it back. Then, she turned and walked back to the room. Ito behind her looked at Suzu Ito's beautiful legs exposed under her pajamas. His pupils shrank. He put away the strange thoughts that he shouldn't have and quickly walked back to the room. He took out the ancient books that he bought at the Enlightenment literature store and read them. Ito read them very carefully, especially the content of Taoism. After all, talisman paper was an external object. Only magic was a part of oneself. As a warrior, Ito valued himself the most. For the next 2 days, Ito fulfilled his duty as a son at home. He accompanied his mother and sister to live their daily lives. On the 3rd day, he left for the Ito shrine. After arriving at the Ito shrine, he was naturally tested by Don Ito. At the same time, he also told him about his recent experiences, such as exorcism. Naturally, he won the praise of the old man. The old man's original words were, "What kind of man is a man if he doesn't kill?" Ito was very speechless. After the grandfather and grandson finished talking, Ito went to the Sutra Pavilion in the backyard of the shrine and began to read. Of course, he didn't know about this. During the day, he would come out to help his mother Eriko and the old man who presided over the shrine to prepare for the summer festival. During this time, Don Ito and his mother Eriko also went out of the shrine to the government department to discuss. It seemed to be going smoothly. Soon, an official came to the shrine to announce the appointment of the Ito shrine as the chief priest of the summer festival. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the night before the summer festival, Ito's mother, eldest sister, and second sister came to the shrine together. This was the first time that the Ito family lived together in the shrine. Accompanied by the soft sound of the bamboo forest around the shrine, a leisurely and warm atmosphere filled the whole shrine. The next morning, before 5 o'clock, Ito and his family all got up. After taking a bath and changing clothes, Sei Ito and Don Ito changed into the priest's robes. His mother, Eriko, eldest sister, and second sister changed into the traditional red and white Miko costume. Don't expect red and white arms. If you want to fantasize about a certain Miko, you have to imagine it yourself. Looking at his eldest sister and second sister who were wearing the Miko costume, Sei Ito's eyes flashed with a different light. Fortunately, Sei Ito still knew what ethics and morality were. His mother held the Shinto banner and followed behind Ito Kikujiro. His eldest sister Suzu Ito and second sister Ito Reina each held a golden fan and a silver fan. They each held a bell and followed behind his mother. Sei Ito followed Ito Kikujiro into the main hall of the shrine. Under the leadership of Don Ito, they carried out the most traditional prayer ceremony in Shinto. This process took nearly 10 minutes. After everything was done, after a quick breakfast, Ita took Ita Saisei to the square where the sacrificial ceremony would begin. Ita Saisei took the government car that came to pick him up and went to the square where the sacrificial ceremony would begin. While presiding over the ceremony, he also wanted to let Sei Ito familiarize himself with the priest's duties. There were only 3 people left in the shrine, Eriko and her mother Eriko presiding over the shrine. The Ito sisters were responsible for receiving pilgrims and tourists who might come later. Chapter 61. It was 6:40 in the morning. Ito Kikujiro and Sei Ito, who had arrived early at the venue, were led by the government officials to the palanquin. Ito Kikujiro walked to the front of the palanquin under the salutation of the government officials. He held a divine ceremonial banner made of imperial coins and began the first step of the ritual, praying to the gods. The palanquin was surrounded by people who were selected from various industries in the city. They were all tall and sturdy men and a few special women, who wore open-chested shirts with patterns of blue waves and leaping carps. Their lower bodies were only covered with traditional Japanese cloth. The only difference was that the women had an additional layer of ancient cloth covering their chests. Ito Kikujiro chanted in the solemn atmosphere. He waved the divine, ceremonial banner from time to time until he shouted loudly and the incantation was completed. Ito Kikujiro took out the Japanese sake from the offerings and poured half of it on the ground in the palanquin to complete the ritual before the summer festival. Up! Ito Kikujiro jumped onto the palanquin and stood at the front of the palanquin. He waved the divine, ceremonial banner in his hand and shouted. Immediately, the burly men who were originally standing around the palanquin quickly stepped forward and chose their own positions. Amidst the cries of "Hey yo!" they lifted the palanquin up. Surrounded by the remaining palanquin bearers who hadn't joined in, they walked out according to the path chosen by the city government. The route of the summer festival palanquin was also specially chosen. First, it had to be the main road of the city, but it couldn't deviate from the city center. Second, it had to be close to the main commercial street to increase the flow of people and promote the consumption of the summer festival. Third, it couldn't deviate from the residential area to avoid the flow of people during the summer festival. Fourth, this route had to show some of the city's special scenery, which could be considered as a city promotion strategy. Just choosing this route was enough for the government officials to discuss for a few days. As the palanquin moved forward, more and more people began to appear on the path of the palanquin. Beautiful young girls in kimonos clustered around men of all ages wearing hoods, happily joining in on the fun. At this time, the witches chosen from the other shrines began to appear at the front of the palanquin. They sprinkled flower petals from time to time to add some beautiful elements to the joyous atmosphere. Outside the crowd, the tourists and nearby residents also followed behind the parade. They chatted with each other or used video cameras and camcorders to film. When the parade passed by the commercial street, the shops in the commercial street seemed to have been waiting for them. A large number of specialty products were placed in front of the shops. Enthusiastic young men and beautiful saleswomen introduced the products with smiles on their faces to the tourists passing by. In order to sell more products and get more bonuses on this festive day, the palanquin. By noon. By noon. The palanquin palanquin. By palanquin by palanquin. The palanquin. The palanquin by the palanquin. The palanquin, the palanquin. When the palanquin landed, Ito Kikujiro jumped down from the top of the palanquin. He joined the witches and began the ritual. In front of a special fire rack prepared by the officials, Don Ito lit the fire rack. The witches surrounded the fire rack and gently shook the bell around it. With the fluttering of Don Ito's banner and the inaudible eulogy from his mouth, the atmosphere became solemn again. After a while, Ito Kikujiro took out a handful of imperial coins from his arms and threw them into the fire. Then the ritual was completed. Seito found that after the imperial coins were thrown into the fire, the energy emitted by the fire obviously became abnormal. A spiritual energy was jumping in the fire. At this time, the takeaway staff from the various restaurants had been waiting for a long time. They had a belt around their neck, and under the belt hung a large wooden box full of takeaway food. There were sandwiches, boxed lunches, drinks, and other small snacks. In an instant, the park became a picnic place. Seeing this, the government officials came forward and thanked Don Ito. Then, they left with Don Ito and Seito, as well as other related priests. They went to a restaurant near the park to eat the food prepared in advance. During this process, the young Seito, as Don Ito's grandson, naturally became the topic of discussion. From time to time, there were praises for the old man, and then Seito. Seito was not used to it, but this also brought some benefits. He was noticed by the witches. Of course, Itingshing also paid a lot of attention to them. But at the same time, Seito also confirmed one thing. Indeed, as the old man said, there was really no real talent among the staff of the shrine. This made Seito, who was more or less looking forward to it, disappointed. After a long-winded social meal, Seito and Don Ito were sent back to the shrine. The next arrangement would be in the evening. Back at the shrine, Seito found that the originally deserted shrine was now full of people. Under the guidance of the second sister, Rita Ito, couples first rang the prayer bell to make a wish, then donated some merit coins to the merit box. Finally, they were taken to the eldest sister, Suzu Ito. If possible, they would draw a lot and let the eldest sister explain. His mother, Eriko Ito, was in the main hall, entertaining adults and young people who came to pray. Do you need my help? Taking advantage of some free time, Seito walked to the second sister, Rita, and asked softly. Rita was very happy to see Seito. After hearing Seito's words, she immediately said, "Ah, Chung, you're back. It just so happens that I'm too busy to handle it by myself. Come and receive them as well." At this time, another young office worker came over. The second sister, Rita, took a light breath and quickly walked over, leading the other party with a smile. Seito looked at all this in front of him and smiled. He also greeted a mother and daughter in kimonos and served them. Busy, the day quickly passed. When the night was about to come, the government shuttle car once again stopped at the foot of the mountain, picking up the old man and Seito, leaving only the mother, Eriko, alone in the shrine, receiving the guests who may appear. When the car stopped, Seito and others once again returned to the park where the sedan stopped in the morning. The fire that was lit by the old man was still burning, and it didn't have any intention of extinguishing. However, in the center of the square, a temporary platform made of wood was erected there. On both sides of the platform, there were two protruding small platforms that looked like ears, and two huge taiko drums were placed on top of them. After a while, with the sound of gong, the whole venue that was noisy just now gradually quieted down. Suzu Ito and Ito Rita, who were dressed in witch costumes, each holding a gold and silver fan, and with bells on their wrists and ankles, walked barefoot on the high platform in the middle. Behind the two of them, several other witches, holding brass bells that seemed to have shrunk several times, also walked barefoot and knelt behind Suzu Ito and Ito Rita. On the two smaller platforms next to them, two shirtless men, who only wore cloth and a rope on their head, walked up, took out the drum hammers, and assumed a posture of about to hit. At this time, a melodious Japanese classical sacrificial music sounded. Along with the rhythm of the music, the two drummers began to beat. At the same time, Suzu Ito and Ito Rita danced the witch's hand dance during the sacrificial ceremony. The beautiful dance, coupled with the graceful music and the heavy drums, a sense of distant history rose from the bottom of their hearts. And then with the crisp sound of bells from time to time, everyone's heart calmed down and the restlessness faded away. At the same time, with the movements of the two of them, a wave of spiritual energy spread out with the two of them as the center, like a cool breeze, cleansing everyone's heart, making all the tourists feel relaxed and happy from the bottom of their hearts, as if the fatigue of the past and the haze in the bottom of their hearts had all disappeared. I suddenly realized that I didn't write this paragraph well. It turns out that the category recommendation is the vertical row on the far right of the Science and Technology channel. But with the recommendation, more people can see my book, I'm happy to say. Today's fourth update, that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.